He said my name. Not the name I'd given him at the shelter register when we signed in. Not a trail name, not a nickname. My actual first name. The one I use with people I've known for years. The one I hadn't spoken out loud since I'd left the trailhead 4 days before, in a parking lot in Tennessee, before I'd gone far enough into the Smokies that the world behind me stopped feeling relevant. He said it slow, careful. The way you say a word in a foreign language when you're trying to understand what makes it different from all the other words. Tasting the shape of it, testing the weight of each syllable before you commit to the next one. And his head was facing the wrong direction when he did it. I need you to understand that before we go any further, because everything I'm about to tell you, every decision I made that night, every mile I walked in the dark, every reason I no longer give my real name to strangers on any trail, anywhere, only makes sense if you start from that image and hold it. A man I had shared a meal with 3 hours earlier. A man who had seemed completely ordinary across an entire evening of conversation. Dinner, small talk, headlamp reading, lights out by 9. That man was sitting upright on his sleeping platform at midnight with his neck rotated so far backward that he was looking directly at me through the shelter entrance. Looking at me the way you look at something you've been waiting for. And he was smiling in a way that face had never once produced during our entire evening together. I have been on this trail twice. I know these mountains the way most people know their own street. I have never once before or since run 4 miles alone through pitch dark because I was afraid to go back inside a building. That night I did. Here is what I still cannot resolve 2 years later, whether what was sitting in that shelter was the same man I'd eaten dinner with, or whether it had been something else entirely from the very beginning, wearing him, learning him, waiting for the moment I'd step outside so it could finally show me what it actually was. I don't have an answer. I've stopped expecting one. But I have never given a stranger my real name since. And if you stay with me through what I'm about to tell you, you'll understand exactly why. You're listening to the Appalachian Park Ranger Files. What you just heard is where this video begins, and I want to be honest with you. It is not the strangest place it goes tonight. Over the next 3 hours, you're going to hear from 23 people. A coal miner who spent 18 years underground and still wakes up at 3 in the morning listening for 3 deliberate knocks inside his own house. An ER nurse who drives the same road past the same abandoned church every single night on her way to work. Doors locked, grandmother's rosary on the mirror, because her job gives her no other route. A paramedic and her partner who drove away from a call that is still in the dispatch logs as unfounded and which gets dispatched to new crews every year or two and which always comes back the same way. A mail carrier in Highland County who checks her rearview mirror at the same fence line every single morning and has not once stopped there since November 2019. These are people who went somewhere or did their jobs in a particular place and came back changed in a specific and permanent way. None of them have clean explanations. None of them are asking you to believe them. They're just finally saying the thing out loud because keeping it inside stopped being an option at some point, and this is where it ends up. Before we get into the first account, if you've ever been somewhere remote and had something happen that you've never been able to explain to anyone's satisfaction, including your own, I want to hear about it. Drop it in the comments. Not a general feeling of unease on a trail at dusk. The specific thing. The detail. Because the people sharing their own experiences in the comments on these videos are consistently the most unsettling reading I do, and several of the accounts in these files started exactly that way. Someone who found this channel and finally decided to say the thing out loud. If you're new here, subscribe. New files come out every week, and the ones ahead of this are the ones I kept putting off because I needed more time with them first. Now, back to the shelter. I've done the Appalachian Trail twice, front to back, Georgia to Maine, both completions. The second time through, I had the entire trail memorized in a way that goes past navigation. I knew the sound the wind makes in a particular gap on the Pennsylvania ridgeline. I knew which shelters smelled like mouse activity before I got the door open. I knew how to read other hikers within the first 5 minutes of conversation. Who was burning out? Who was pushing through something real? Who was going to be trouble at a shelter after dark? You spend enough time on that trail, and you develop a very specific kind of social radar, calibrated by thousands of miles of close-quarters contact with strangers in isolated places. That radar told me nothing was wrong with the man in the shelter. That is the part I keep coming back to. Not that I ignored a warning. There was no warning. He read as completely, unremarkably ordinary from the first moment I saw him at the shelter register to the last word we said to each other before we both turned our headlamps off. Older man, late 60s, maybe early 70s. Good gear. Not new hiker gear, not showroom clean, but gear that had been used hard across real miles and maintained properly. His boots had the particular wear pattern on the heel that comes from years of downhill trail, the kind of compression that builds slowly and cannot be faked. He gave his name as Gerald. Soft-spoken, careful with his words, the kind of conversational economy you find in long-distance hikers who have learned that words cost energy they may need later. We talked the way you talk at a shelter, where you started, where you were headed, how the knees were holding up, whether the water source at the last creek crossing was running clean. He was reading a paperback thriller by headlamp before 9 o'clock. I was in my sleeping bag before 9:30. The shelter was cold, early April, that particular. Smoky's cold that has moisture in it and gets into the bag with you no matter how well you've sealed the zipper. I gave it maybe 20 minutes to warm up before I was out. I slept well. That matters. I wasn't restless, wasn't picking up on anything unconsciously that disturbed my sleep. I woke up a few minutes before midnight for the same reason anyone wakes up in the middle of a backcountry night. I needed to use the privy. Boots on, headlamp in hand, step outside, 2-minute round trip. I have done this exact sequence in dozens of shelters across every state the trail passes through. It is the most routine possible interruption to a backcountry night. The fog was sitting low. It had come in off the ridge while we slept, and it was lying in the gaps between the trees like something poured, thick enough that my headlamp turned it silver and showed me maybe 15 feet of visibility in each direction. Cold enough that my breath came out in small, visible clouds. I remember both details specifically because of what I noticed when I turned back toward the shelter. He was sitting up, fully upright on his sleeping platform, which I registered but didn't immediately read as alarming. Middle of the night insomnia is common enough on trail, especially for older hikers whose sleep cycles are already disrupted by the physical demands of the day. I took 2 more steps toward the shelter entrance, and something made me stop. Not a sound, not a movement. Something my eyes had already processed that my brain was 3 seconds behind in catching up to. His body was sitting up, facing the back wall of the shelter. His head was not. His head was rotated, fully, completely rotated, so that he was looking directly at me over his own shoulder, at an angle that a human neck does not achieve, not close to achieving. The kind of rotation that belongs to a broken neck and nothing else, and he was not broken. He was perfectly, completely still, sitting with his back to me and his face toward me simultaneously in a way that should have been accompanied by catastrophic injury, and there was no injury, and his expression was composed and attentive and aware. Then he smiled. That is the thing I come back to more than the neck, the smile, because I had watched his face all evening, across dinner, across conversation, across the comfortable small talk of 2 strangers sharing a shelter, and that face had produced the ordinary, moderate expressions of an ordinary, moderate evening. Polite interest, mild amusement, comfortable quiet. The face had never once produced what it was producing now, which was a wide, slow, deliberate pull of the lips into something that took too long to complete. Like watching a mechanism that had been told what a smile was supposed to look like, assembling it piece by piece, testing each component against a diagram it had memorized but never personally used. Then he said my name. Not Gerald's voice. Something using Gerald's voice the way you use a tool, picking it up, applying it, getting the result you need. My actual first name, the one I'd said in passing during introductory small talk, drawn out across 2 slow syllables with a careful deliberateness that was absolutely not the way anyone says a name. They have heard and are simply repeating. It was the way you say something in a language you are still learning when you want to make sure you have the pronunciation exactly right. Rolling it around, tasting it, deciding something about it. I don't remember the decision to move. I was simply moving. My pack was at the shelter entrance. I am careful about that, always, because a backcountry emergency can make the difference between having your gear and not having your gear, and I grabbed it with one hand without stopping or slowing or looking away from what was sitting on that sleeping platform. I walked out into the dark, and I did not look back. I clicked my headlamp to its highest setting, and I started moving north on trail. Not running. The terrain doesn't allow running in the dark without serious injury risk, but moving at a pace that pushed the absolute limit of what my headlamp coverage allowed. Roots, rocks, a scramble section that needs hands in daylight. I hit all of it. I kept going. My lungs were burning inside of a quarter mile and I didn't slow down. Every time I thought about slowing down, I thought about that smile completing itself, piece by careful piece, and I kept moving. 4 miles. I know the distance because I know that section of trail and I know where I came out. A road crossing with a highway underpass where I sat down on cold concrete and stayed there until the sky started to lighten. 4 miles of darkness between me and that shelter. I kept checking my phone for signal I knew I didn't have, just to hold something familiar in my hands. Something that belonged to the world where human necks rotate the way human necks rotate, and strangers smile the way strangers smile. At the next shelter the following morning, another thru-hiker mentioned trail news, the way people do over breakfast, shelter conditions, water sources, who'd had a bad fall on a particular section. And then, almost as an aside, the way people mention things they don't fully realize are significant. An older man had been reported missing from a trailhead 2 counties south. Weeks earlier. Soft-spoken, she said. Good gear. Reading a paperback when someone last saw him at a shelter register. I ate my breakfast. I packed my bag. I kept walking north. Here is what I have understood in the 2 years since that night about names. About why I stopped giving mine to strangers on trail. Why I use a false trail name now and will not give the real one to anyone I haven't known across multiple days in multiple conditions. Names are not just identification. They are something specific. Something that can be learned and held and spoken back in the dark. And whatever was sitting in that shelter with Gerald's face and Gerald's voice had wanted my name for a reason that I have spent 2 years trying to identify and have never been able to resolve into anything that lets me sleep well. What I know is that it had it, that it held it in its mouth and said it back to me in that careful, deliberate, testing way, and that whatever it was doing with it, whatever having my name gave it, it knew exactly what it was doing, and it had been planning to do it from the moment I said my name in passing at a shelter register on a cold April evening in the Smokies. Like names are something you can hand to a thing without understanding what you're handing over. Like they're just words. Like they don't mean anything more than the sounds they're made of. I know better now. What Jake found at that shelter had his name before it showed him its face. What comes next happened to someone whose 11 years of professional training told her to stop and help. And the thing that saved her was not her training. It was something older than any of it, firing before she had finished deciding what she was looking at. 11 years of night shift emergency nursing in rural eastern Kentucky will do something specific to your instincts, not harden them. That's the wrong word, because hardened instincts stop working and mine have never stopped working. Calibrate them. 11 years of nights calibrates your threat assessment to a very high threshold because you have seen the actual range of what the human body can do to itself and what can be done to it, and you have learned to sort genuine emergency from the presentation of emergency in a way that most people never develop because most people are never required to. I have held a man's hand while he coded on the table and talked to him in a normal voice because keeping my voice normal kept his wife's panic from escalating, and his wife's panic escalating would not have helped him. I have assessed a farmer with a combine injury that I'm not going to describe in detail, and maintained the clinical focus the situation required because the situation required it, and the job requires what the situation requires. I have worked nights in that hospital for 11 years, and I have not once broken frame in a way that compromised a patient's care. So when I tell you that what happened on the county road outside that church in February broke something in me that the job had never once touched, I need you to understand what that means, coming from someone with my specific professional history. I am not impressionable. I am not easily frightened. And I was frightened in a way that night that I do not have clinical language for and have not been able to find non-clinical language for in the 2 years since. February, 3rd week. I had worked a 12-hour night, and I was on my way home on the county road I always take, the one that runs past the old church on the left. White clapboard, unused for at least 20 years, windows boarded on the lower level, the kind of building these eastern Kentucky mountains are full of. Former congregation moved or died or dwindled below the number needed to keep the doors open. I have driven past that church hundreds of times. It has never been anything but a building. It was 6 in the morning. Still full dark. February doesn't give you much of a dawn in these mountains. The ridges cut the light until well after the sun is technically up. My headlights were on full, and I was running about 40 on that road, which is normal for me on the home stretch of a 12-hour night, not fast, just moving. 2 kids at the roadside, just past the church fence on the left shoulder, facing the road. One in front, one behind him, and neither of them wearing coats. February cold, that had been in the single digits overnight, still not above 20 at 6 in the morning, and these 2 children were standing at the roadside without coats, without hats, without any visible concession to the temperature. Every training I have in triage and every instinct I have as a mother said the same thing at the same time: stop the car. So I slowed. I pulled toward the shoulder. The one in front stepped forward before I'd gotten the window fully down. A boy, maybe 10 or 11, slight build, dark hair. He spoke before I'd invited him to speak, which registered somewhere in me, but which I filed behind the more pressing concern of 2 children without coats in February cold. His voice was flat. Not flat the way a cold child's voice is flat, shaky and constricted. Flat the way a statement of fact is flat, completely uninflected, like a recording rather than a person. Mom's car broke down at the church. Can you give us a ride? The words were exactly right. The delivery was wrong in a way that took me an extra second to locate because my brain was busy trying to help and didn't want to spend time on the wrongness. It was the delivery of something that had been told what a child asking for help is supposed to say, and was saying it correctly from memory, but without the emotional content that generates the words naturally in an actual child in an actual emergency. No urgency, no cold, no fear. A script recited accurately by something that understood the words but not what produced them. I leaned forward. My headlights were directly on his face. His eyes were black. I am going to be clinically precise about this because I know the first explanation and I know why it doesn't apply. Pupils dilated in low light. I know exactly what that looks like. I work with it. I assess it as a clinical indicator regularly. Dilated pupils in darkness still have visible iris structure around them, still have a distinction between the pupil and the iris, even at maximum dilation. What I was looking at had none of that distinction. Edge to edge, from the inner corner to the outer corner, from the upper lid to the lower lid. Solid black. No iris visible, no white visible. The entire visible eye surface a uniform, complete black that reflected my headlights back at me without depth, like something painted onto the surface of the eye rather than the eye itself. The girl behind him was the same. My nurse brain ran through the differential in about 1 second, bilateral aniridia, certain toxicological presentations, some congenital conditions, all of them visible in clinical settings, none of them producing what I was looking at in both children simultaneously in the specific way I was seeing it. My brain produced the differential, and then my body made a decision that bypassed the differential entirely, because my body understood something that the differential process was too slow to catch up to. My hand found the window switch. The window was about 3/4 of the way up when he placed his palm flat against the glass. One smooth, unhurried movement. Not grabbing, not striking, just pressing his palm against the rising glass with the calm assurance of someone who has every right to. And he said, in that same flat recited tone, words that I have thought about every day since, "You have to let us in. You have to invite us in. Not please, not can you, you have to." A statement of a condition that existed independently of any of us, a rule that needed to be met before something he wanted to have could happen. And the word invite, specifically that word, in a child's mouth, at 6 in the morning on a February county road, landed in me with a weight that I cannot fully explain, except to say that something in me understood its implication before my reasoning had finished processing the sentence. I pressed the gas before the window finished closing. The tires broke traction briefly on the gravel shoulder. I can still hear that sound, that brief spin before they caught. And then I was moving, accelerating harder than that road should allow, watching my speedometer climb past speeds I should not have been driving in those conditions, and not caring about any of it. A mile down the road, I finally looked in my mirror. Empty road, empty shoulder. No children at the roadside anywhere visible. No car pulled off near the church lot. The road behind me was exactly what it always was at 6 in the morning in February. Empty and dark and quiet, like the scene I had just driven away from had simply ceased to exist the moment I stopped being in it. I sat in my driveway for 10 minutes before I went inside. Sat with the engine running and the heat going and every light in the car on, just sitting, needing to be inside something enclosed and lit before I could make myself be in a house alone. My sister called later that day, regular check-in. I told her what had happened. There was a pause before she responded, and I have replicated that pause in my memory many times since because of what it contained. She said their mother-in-law, a woman in her mid-70s who has lived in that county her entire life, has refused to drive that particular road after dark for as long as any of the family can remember, has never given a reason. Just a flat refusal that the family stopped questioning decades ago. My sister asked if she should find out why. I told her no. Here is my life now with that road. I drive it every night because my hospital is on one side of it and my house is on the other, and the alternate adds 40 minutes to a shift that is already 12 hours long. There is no practical alternative, so I drive it. Doors locked the moment I leave the hospital parking lot. I lock them before I leave the parking structure, before I reach the road, before there is any reason to lock them that I haven't already decided to preemptively address. My grandmother's rosary is clipped to my rearview mirror. I am not going to apologize for that or explain it beyond saying that it is there, and I check it when I pass the church. What I think about driving that stretch is the word invite. The specificity of it, the implication that there is a threshold that cannot be crossed without permission, a rule that exists because something needs it to exist, because without the rule, the thing that needed to be invited would simply enter and the rule would be unnecessary. The rule exists because the thing is real and the thing is bound by the rule, and the rule requires my active participation to be broken. That is both the most comforting and the most terrifying thought I carry from that morning. The comfort is that there is a rule. The terror is understanding what kind of thing requires one. Ashley's road has a rule, and she has learned to rely on it. The next account comes from a man who drove a stretch of West Virginia highway 100 times before the night it showed him something standing at the edge of his work lights. And what his dispatcher said the moment he described it, without asking for a single additional detail, told him everything he needed to know about how many times that call had come in before his. 16 years on the truck in Pocahontas County. I want you to understand what 16 years on the truck in this specific county means, because it's not the same as 16 years doing roadside work in a place with population density and multiple crews and short response windows. Pocahontas County is large, remote, and the roads through it do things that roads in more populated places don't do. They run through mountain terrain for 20-30 miles without a building visible from the shoulder, through gaps where cell signal drops entirely, through sections where the tree canopy closes over the road and the only light is what you brought with you. When I get a call, I am often the only resource available for a very long radius. and I know the roads I cover the way a doctor knows a patient they've been treating for a long time. Every particular, every history, every stretch that requires extra attention. Route 39 through the high country is one of those stretches. Tight switchbacks, drop off on the valley side with no guardrail in several sections, fog that comes in from the ridge with no warning and cuts your visibility to the hood ornament in under a minute. I have worked that road in ice, in flooding, in ground blizzard conditions that made the approach on foot genuinely dangerous. I know its rhythms. I know what its calls look like before I get there. The call came in just after 2 in the morning on a Wednesday in November. Connie on dispatch. She had been working that desk for longer than I'd been on the truck, knew every driver, knew every road, knew the difference between a call that needed urgency and a call that was going to sort itself out by the time anyone arrived. She gave me the marker location on 39, said Sedan, unknown status. Standard language. I gave myself a mental picture of the call before I got there. Tourist in a rental had run the battery down, or a local whose alternator had finally quit after a week of warnings they'd been ignoring. Jump start or tow? 20 minutes of paperwork. Back on the road by 3. I came around the last switchback and caught the hazard lights through the fog first. Orange pulse, regular interval, the visual signature of a car that was running its flashes, which meant the car was running, which already didn't match the call. I pulled in behind it, angled my truck to give me road protection from any traffic coming up from the south, got my amber bar going and my work lights aimed at the vehicle. Got out. The engine was running. I could hear it before I got to the rear bumper, that particular idol of a 4-cylinder engine in good health, just sitting there running on a mountain road at 2 in the morning with its hazards on. Headlights on full. All systems functional. I stood behind the car for a moment and just looked at it, because a fully operational vehicle calling for roadside assistance at 2 in the morning on Route 39 was either a mistake or something I didn't have a category for yet, and I was still trying to determine which. I approached the driver's window. Seat empty. Not empty the way a seat looks when someone has stepped out and will be back. Empty in the clean, settled way of a seat that hasn't had a person in it for a while. No compression in the cushion, nothing left behind, no jacket or coffee cup or phone on the console. Just an empty car, engine running on a mountain road with the doors locked from the inside. That last detail. I tried the handle before I thought about it. Professional habit, you try the handle, and it didn't move, locked. And the realization arrived in stages, the way realizations do when they're going to change something. To lock a car door from the inside and then exit, you need the key. The key was not in the ignition. The ignition was running, which on most modern vehicles requires the key to be present, which meant the key was in the ignition, the car was running, the doors were locked from the inside, and the driver was gone. The physics of how you get out of a locked running car without a key don't work. I stood there and ran through every version I could construct, and none of them worked. I called Connie to log my arrival and to say what I had. Unoccupied running vehicle, doors locked, no driver visible, no sign of where the driver had gone. She acknowledged. And then she asked me where I was standing relative to my truck. 15 feet out, I told her. Driver's side, she said. And I want to give you these words exactly, because the words are the thing. She said, Travis, get back in your truck and lock the door. Do it right now. No follow-up question. No request for a description of the surrounding area. No asking me to check the ditch or try the road shoulders. Just get back in the truck, lock the door, right now. In a voice I had never once heard from Connie across 16 years of working her desk. Not afraid. Certain. The certainty of someone who does not need additional information because she already has all the information that matters. I looked up from my radio. The figure was at the edge of my work lights, right at the line where illumination gave way to dark, standing in the exact margin where my lights could just barely resolve a shape but not detail. Tall. Wrong. Tall. The kind of tall where your brain adds an extra beat of processing time because the proportions don't match your experience of human height. Thin, in the same wrong way, the clothes. And I could see clothes, or something functioning as clothes, hanging off the frame in the particular way clothes hang when the body wearing them doesn't fill them the right way. Not a person inside clothes, but something using clothes, the way I use a uniform, functional, not inherent. It was moving toward me. That's the thing I couldn't track and still can't explain when I try to describe it to people. I was looking directly at it, and it was closer with each moment, but I could never catch the movement happening. Like watching the minute hand of a clock. You look at it, look away, look back, and it has moved, but you have never seen it move. Just existing closer and closer with each moment I looked. I started backing toward my truck, and the moment I started moving backward, it stopped. Completely stopped, at the distance it had reached, and stood there watching me retreat. Not threatening, not advancing, not making any sound. Just watching. Patient and still, and very aware of what I was doing, with the quality of something that has done this before and knows how it goes, and is content to let it go the way it always goes. I got in the truck, locked the door, sat there for a full minute watching it through the windshield, needing to make sure my hands would work before I reached for the steering wheel. It stood the whole time. When I finally drove, I checked my mirror once at the end of the shoulder. It was standing beside the abandoned sedan, close beside it. One hand, if that's the word, resting against the driver's door with the unhurried familiarity of something that had been waiting for the car to come back to it. State police searched the area at first light, found the sedan, still running, still locked. The owner's information came back from registration. A man from out of state, a business drive through the mountains. No body found. No evidence of where he went or how he left a locked running car on a mountain road at 2 a.m. The missing persons case is still open. I checked last spring. Still listed, no resolution, no update. Connie retired last year. I went to the going away gathering at the firehouse. I thought the whole drive over about whether I was going to ask her how many times she'd heard that call from that stretch of road before mine. I decided not to. When she saw me walk in the door and gave me that small, specific nod, the one that said, "Yes, I know you thought about asking, and yes, I know why you decided not to," I understood that the decision was right. Some tallies are better left uncounted. The shape of the number matters more than the number itself, and the shape I already had was sufficient. I still cover 39 because the territory requires it, but I stay on an open line with dispatch from the moment I step out of my truck to the moment I get back in. Every single second outside the cab, on any call on that road, I am talking to someone. My co-workers give me grief about it. I let them. The real reason isn't something I'm interested in giving a name to out loud. Travis stays on the line and keeps his truck between himself and the dark. What Danny Hartfield heard from 2 miles inside a southern West Virginia mountain didn't stay in the mine, and 6 years out of the ground, it still finds him some nights inside his own house. 18 years underground. I want to try to give you some sense of what that means before I tell you what happened in 7 East, because I think the account only lands with its full weight if you understand what kind of person goes into the mines and what those 18 years make of them. You are not a brave person in any dramatic sense. Brave people, in the theatrical understanding of the word, don't last in these mines because theatrical bravery is about adrenaline, and adrenaline is not sustainable across an 18-year career. What you are is methodical. You are a person who processes danger through procedure rather than through emotion, who has learned over many years that the correct response to every underground situation, roof fall risk, equipment failure, gas reading, ventilation problem, is a specific sequence of actions performed in order without the added variable of fear distorting the sequence. Fear in a coal mine is operationally dangerous, so you learn, over time and under pressure, to route it through procedure before it has a chance to become something that affects your decision-making. I had done this for 18 years. I had worked sections 2 miles back from the portal, in darkness so complete that the absence of light has physical weight, in air that belongs to the mountain rather than to the sky, in spaces held open by timber and rock bolts, and the collective weight of everything above you pressing down on everything that is holding it up. I had done this without flinching, because flinching was not an available option and because the job required steadiness. And I had delivered steadiness for 18 years. Tommy knocking, the tapping sounds in the rock that are the constant ambient percussion of underground work, had been background noise since my first month. That's what experienced miners do with it. File it. The rock settles. The pressure differentials produce sounds. The ventilation system creates resonance in certain passages. The sounds become part of the environment, the same way traffic noise becomes part of the environment for someone who lives near a busy road. You stop registering them consciously. They drop below the threshold of attention and stay there. 7 East was a section running roughly northeast, about 2 miles back from the portal on the main entry. Good section, solid roof, good air, equipment running clean. My crew of 6 had been working it for about 3 weeks. We knew the section's particular sounds, the way you know any working environment after 3 weeks. What was normal? What was the machinery? What was the mountain? We had filed all of it appropriately. The 3 knocks came from the rib wall on our left during a normal cut, not from the loose, scattered percussion of settling rock under pressure. I need you to understand this distinction because it is the core of what happened. Settling rock produces irregular, variable sound. What we heard was evenly spaced, deliberate. 1, then a pause of equal length, then 2, then another equal pause, then 3, like something measuring the intervals, like something that understood what 3 meant and was choosing it specifically. All 6 of us stopped simultaneously. No signal, no spoken communication, just 6 men who had been in the mines long enough to trust their bodies' first reading of a situation, and all 6 bodies said, "Stop," at the same moment. We looked at each other in the particular way of people confirming that what they heard was real. The confirmation was in every face. Then 3 more. Same spacing, same deliberateness, this time from directly above us, from the roof. Frank, my foreman, 30 years underground, a man who treats minor disasters with the energy most people reserve for inconvenient weather, told us to shut down all equipment completely. And his voice, when he said it, was not Frank's operational voice. It was a different register, careful and quiet, a voice he used when the situation required more precision than his normal range allowed. We shut everything down. In the total silence that followed, with 6 cap lights pointing in 6 different directions, like we were all trying to cover as much of the darkness as possible simultaneously, we heard the breathing. I have spent a great deal of time since that night trying to find a description for that sound that is both accurate and credible, and I have not fully succeeded. What I can tell you is this: it was not ventilation. I have listened to ventilation in every configuration that underground coal produces, and I know its entire range, and this was not in that range. It was not machinery. All machinery was off, confirmed, at Frank's direction. It was rhythmic, deep, and it had the specific quality of something alive producing it. A weight and a regularity that belonged to a living thing drawing breath in the dark somewhere beyond where any of our lights reached. Slow, patient, like whatever was producing it had been there for a long time and had no particular urgency about the situation. Cody, the youngest man on the crew, 8 months in, 22 years old, said very quietly that he could see something moving at the edge of his cap-like beam, low to the ground, pale or nearly white, in a section of wall that had no natural pale coloration. Moving on more limbs than any natural animal organizes itself around, moving with a quality of motion he said he couldn't describe, except that it was wrong in the specific way that makes you look away before you finish looking, like your eyes are making a recommendation your brain hasn't caught up to yet. He refused to go back into 7 East after that night. The company applied what pressure it applies in those situations: employment implications, shift assignment consequences, the full weight of institutional discouragement directed at a 22-year-old with 8 months on the job who could not afford to lose the income. He stood it, every man on that crew who gave him grief about it to his face. And some of us did, because that's the culture, and because saying something out loud about what you thought was down there was not something any of us wanted to do. Not one of us believed for a single moment that he was wrong. Frank's official report cited equipment trouble. There was no equipment trouble. Every piece of machinery checked out clean at the next maintenance inspection, no faults logged, no anomalies found. Every man on that crew read the report and understood the calculation Frank had made, that 7 East needed to keep producing, that the company needed paper language that didn't require anyone to explain what had actually happened, and that a man with 30 years in these mountains knew precisely which language was sufficient and which language opened a conversation. Nobody at any level of the organization wanted to have. I'd been out of the mines for 6 years. I work 3 days a week at a hardware store in town and collect my pension, and my lungs are better than they were after 18 years of coal dust, and I do not miss the dark. My wife will tell you I sleep fine, and she's right that most nights I do. But there are nights, maybe once a month, more in winter when the house settles and makes sounds in the cold, when I wake up in the first 2 seconds before full consciousness and I'm not in my bedroom. I am in 7 East. I am in the total dark 2 miles back from the portal, and the equipment is shut down, and the silence has that specific quality that the breathing filled, and my body is already rigid before my brain has finished its first blink of waking. My wife says it's muscle memory. 20 years of calibrated underground listening, still running on its own clock. She says it with so much gentleness that I have never told her she's only partially right. Because on some of those nights, in the half second before I'm fully awake, the spacing is too deliberate. The 3 sounds have too much intention behind them, and the darkness behind my closed eyes has a depth that I recognize from a specific place. And it is not the place where a man wakes up beside his wife in his own house. It is a place 2 miles back from daylight, where something patient was breathing, and something young and 8 months on the job saw what moved at the edge of his cap light and understood, in a way that 18 years of experienced underground work had not prepared any of the rest of us to match, that the correct response was to never go back. He was right. He was the only one of us who was entirely right on the first night, without needing any more information than he already had. I want to stop here for a second, because across the 4 accounts you've heard so far tonight, a name spoken backward by something wearing a man's face, a flat voice reciting a condition it needed met, a dispatcher who knew without asking, 6 coal miners shutting down their equipment to listen to something breathe in the dark. There is a question I keep coming back to and have never been able to answer to my own satisfaction. What is the relationship between these mountains and the things that live in them? Not the wildlife, not the geology. The things that the experienced people, the ones who have spent enough time in remote places to know the difference between ordinary darkness and the other kind, recognize on contact and respond to with immediate behavioral change. What are they? Where do they come from? And why does the Appalachian backcountry specifically produce this density of accounts from people whose professional lives require a very high threshold for what they take seriously? I don't have an answer. I've been collecting these accounts long enough to have a working theory, and the working theory keeps getting complicated by the next account. Before I tell you the next one, drop your theory in the comments. Real answers, regional folklore, personal experiences, things that happen to you in these mountains or in mountains like them, all of it. Because what you share in the comments on these videos has led directly to the next set of accounts more than once. And what comes next involves a woman who documents things professionally and whose camera produced 30 seconds of red static at the exact moment she needed it to record what was standing in her viewfinder. Your theory might shift after you hear it. I have stood in an open field watching a wedge tornado at 3/4 mile with a long lens on a tripod and felt primarily focused. Not calm in the way people imagine when they picture someone doing that. Not serene, not fearless, not indifferent to the proximity of something that could end me in under a minute. Focused. There is a specific discipline that storm photography requires, a way of processing threat that operates in parallel to the work rather than interrupting it. You read the storm's behavior continuously. You read your exit routes continuously. You run probability assessments on both simultaneously, and you adjust your position when the math changes. Fear in that workflow is not useful. It introduces variables that the math doesn't need. So I filed it away a long time ago and replaced it with methodology. I want to establish this about myself before I tell you what happened on the access road near the Ohio River, because the explanation I most often get when I share this account is some version of you were already in a heightened state from the storm work, and I need that explanation to be clearly and specifically wrong before I continue. I was not in a heightened state. I was working. The storm was a photographic opportunity that I had been tracking on radar for 3 hours before I positioned myself, and I had positioned myself with the same methodical attention to detail that I bring to every session. This was routine. Nothing about my state of mind before the encounter was anything other than professional and calibrated. The storm building over the Ohio River border that evening had everything I wanted. A well-organized anvil structure, lightning frequency increasing on the western flank. A wall cloud in early development that I estimated had 45 minutes before it either produced or collapsed. The light quality in that pre-wall cloud period is something you cannot manufacture in any other condition. I had my position on a gravel access road beside old decommissioned industrial land, a stretch of flat ground with a clear western horizon and good sight lines in every direction, the kind of setup that takes experience to find and that I had found by spending 20 minutes with satellite maps before I left the house. My tripod was set, my primary camera mounted and metered, my backup body in the bag within reach. I had my phone logging GPS and weather data in real time. Everything was where it was supposed to be. I began shooting. The malfunction started approximately 20 minutes into the session. The primary camera's exposure readings began spiking, not gradually drifting, which can indicate sensor temperature issues or changing ambient light, but spiking in discrete jumps, as if something was producing intense bursts of light directly at the sensor from a source I could not identify. I checked my surroundings thoroughly. No vehicles, no structures with active lighting, no lightning close enough to produce that reading, no reflective surfaces in the right position. Nothing around me was doing what my camera was telling me. Something was doing. I switched to the backup body. Same readings. Then my phone dropped from 62% battery to 9% in 4 minutes, while the screen stayed fully lit and active. Not a background process spike. I checked the battery usage breakdown, and nothing unusual was running. The power was simply leaving the device faster than any normal drain produces, as if something was drawing it down from outside the device's own consumption. I was still in methodology mode. I was still filing these as anomalies to be explained, running through possible sources, declining to conclude before I had sufficient data. This is what training does. It keeps you in the analytical frame longer than your instincts might otherwise allow. Then I saw the red lights in the tree line, 2 points, fixed and steady, roughly 200 yards from my position in the trees to the east, at a height consistent with something standing upright, not a ground-level position, not an elevated position, but the height of a head on a standing figure, not moving, not blinking, just present, in the dark of the tree line, in a color that outdoor lighting does not naturally produce in that environment. I did what I always do with something I cannot immediately explain. I zoomed the long lens toward it and put it in the viewfinder. Document first, explain after. What I saw through the glass. And I have gone back over this description many times to make sure it is accurate rather than embellished, and I believe it is accurate, was a figure standing upright at a height I estimated at 7 to 8 feet based on the surrounding tree trunks I could use as reference. The wings were folded close against the body, compact enough that at distance and without the lens I had registered only the upright shape. Through the glass I could see the wing structure clearly, folded, layered, dark. The body beneath them was lean and upright, the posture of something that stood on 2 legs with complete comfort and complete stillness. The red lights were its eyes, fixed on my position with an attention that I felt through 200 yards of air and a glass lens. Not an inference, not an interpretation. A felt thing with physical quality, like pressure applied from a direction. The headache arrived with no build-up. One moment it was not present, and the next it was fully present. Sharp, localized behind my eyes, the specific quality of pressure pain rather than tension pain. I stepped back from the tripod with my hand going to my temple before I had consciously decided to move. Through the viewfinder, the red lights blinked. One slow, deliberate blink, the movement of a lid over something that was not an eye in any biological sense I can describe, but that functioned as one with complete precision. Then the wings opened. I used the word compact earlier because the folded configuration had looked manageable. When the wings extended, the span was wrong. It extended past what the folded volume should have been able to produce by a margin that made me spend a full second questioning whether I was seeing it correctly, whether the darkness and the pre-storm light were creating a visual distortion. I was not seeing it incorrectly. The span was what it was. And then the figure rose. Straight up, no lateral run, no audible wing beat, no disturbance in the tree canopy. It cleared on the way up and was absorbed into the underside of the developing wall cloud, which had rotated into position above the tree line while I had been standing on my tripod looking at something that was not the storm. I threw my gear into the car. Not packed, thrown. Tripod legs still extended, lens cap in the back seat somewhere, bag unsorted. I drove until I found a truck stop with lights and people, which took 23 minutes, and I sat in the parking lot with every interior light on for nearly an hour before I went inside. 3 days later, I reviewed the session footage. The storm images were technically clean. The exposure anomalies were visible in the metadata exactly as I had experienced them, and at the timestamp corresponding to the period when the figure was in my viewfinder, 30 seconds. 30 consecutive seconds of solid red static. Not the image corruption I have seen from moisture intrusion or hardware failure, which produces characteristic artifacts and partial images. Solid, uniform red, filling the entire frame edge to edge for 30 uninterrupted seconds, as if the sensor had encountered something during that window that it could not translate into any image format it understood. I have shown this footage to 2 professional photographers and 1 electronics engineer. The electronics engineer spent 40 minutes with the raw file and the metadata and told me he could not account for the specific character of the corruption, the color, the uniformity, the clean transition in and out of the affected segment. He offered 2 possible explanations, both of which he immediately qualified as inadequate. I appreciated his honesty. I have extended him the same courtesy by not telling him what was in the viewfinder during those 30 seconds. I still chase storms. It is my work and my living, and I am not going to stop because of one session that produced results I cannot explain. But I now spend 20 minutes with satellite terrain maps and regional sighting databases before I select any parking position for any session involving river valley terrain or national forest boundary land. It adds time to my setup routine. I do not consider it optional. That stretch of access road along the Ohio River border is not on my route anymore. There are good photographic positions on both sides of it that give me similar sight lines without requiring me to park in that specific location. I use them. And on evenings when the storm track would put the best position directly on that access road, I accept a less optimal angle from a different spot, and I do not lose sleep about the compromise. Some positions cost more than the image they produce is worth. That one I have priced accurately, and I am comfortable with the number I arrived at. Maya's camera produced 30 seconds of red static where an image should have been. What Scott Briggs and his survey crew disturbed in a hollow that locals call the quiet place left no recording behind. Just 3 men walking faster than professional standards allow, and something in the brush beside them that was matching their pace step for step. 20 years running boundary lines through remote terrain in the Virginia and West Virginia mountains. I want to give you an accurate picture of what that work actually involves before I describe what happened in the hollow, because I think the account is more disturbing when you understand the kind of person who goes into these places professionally and what 20 years of doing it produces in terms of threat calibration. A land surveyor in steep mountain terrain spends most of their career in places without trails, without roads, without any infrastructure connecting them to the nearest person. You navigate by topomap and compass and your own accumulated knowledge of how mountain terrain behaves. You carry your equipment in and out on your back across ground that resists your passage at every step. Dense brush, loose rock, creek crossings, terrain that looks navigable from the topo and proves otherwise on the ground. You develop a very high tolerance for discomfort and isolation, and you develop a very accurate read of what remote mountain environments sound like and how they behave under normal conditions. After 20 years, you know exactly what belongs in these hollows and exactly what doesn't. I had 2 crew members for the Grayson County job. Dale, my instrument operator, who had been working with me for 6 years and whose judgment I trusted completely. And Ray, our local rodman, who had grown up in that specific county and knew the terrain well enough to navigate without a topo sheet in most conditions. Ray was the kind of local knowledge asset that makes remote survey work possible. He knew where the old roads had been, knew which creek crossings held in wet weather, knew the family histories attached to old property corners in a way that no amount of map research can replicate. The parcel was a timber company acquisition in a hollow that 4 different local people, when I mentioned the location in passing, referred to as the quiet place. I asked each of them why. All 4 gave me some version of a shrug and a look that said the question had been answered by the name itself and required nothing further. I filed this as local color and went to work. The first 2 days were completely unremarkable. Dense second-growth hardwood, rough going in the lower sections where the creek drainage had built up debris across what used to be a farm track, solid boundary work that was proceeding on schedule. We camped at the truck each night and went in fresh each morning. On the second evening, Ray mentioned, almost incidentally, that his grandfather had worked a logging crew through a neighboring hollow 30 years back and had quit after 2 weeks without telling anyone why. He said it the way people say things they consider to be conversational rather than informational. I noted it and moved on. Day 3, we pushed into the deepest section of the parcel, working toward the old chestnut stump that was our boundary corner per the deed description. This section of the hollow had a quality that I'm going to try to describe accurately rather than atmospherically, because I think the accurate description is more useful than the atmospheric one. The air was very still. Not the ordinary stillness of a windless morning in dense timber, something more complete than that, a quality of stillness that I associate with enclosed spaces rather than open woodland, like the hollow was holding its breath. And then the birds stopped. I want to be precise about this because the transition was the thing. 2 full days of constant ambient birdsong, the ordinary layered morning and afternoon chorus of a healthy Appalachian woodland. And then, between one step and the next, silence, not gradual, not a lull. A complete cessation, like a recording cutting off at the end of a track. All 3 of us registered it in the same moment. None of us spoke about it. Without any of us suggesting it, we all began speaking more quietly when we did speak, calibrating our noise output to match the environment that had suddenly decided to produce none of its own. We reached the chestnut stump. I knelt to drive the corner marker, and the soil around the base was loose, looser than the surrounding ground, like it had been disturbed at some point and had not fully resettled. The rod I was using to probe depth disturbed it further, and I saw the bone before I finished processing what I was looking at. Not a single piece. An arrangement. Multiple elements organized in a configuration that natural processes do not generate. Not the scatter pattern of scavenger activity. Not the concentrated remains of an animal that died in a burrow. Not anything I could place in any natural depositional context. Arranged with intention, in a pattern that had a center and a perimeter and a specific orientation, like a diagram of something rather than the random output of decay and time. Ray went pale. Instantaneously, completely pale, the blood leaving his face fast enough that I noticed it before he spoke. He told me quietly and directly, without any preamble, that we needed to move the corner marker, not on top of what we'd found. Somewhere else on the deed that was technically valid, but that left the ground around the stump undisturbed. He told me then about the family. Old hollow family, several generations of county records who had ceased to exist one winter sometime in the late 1800s. Not moved, ceased. Their cabin was found by neighbours in spring. Meal on the table, woodpile stocked, fire laid but unlit. Every indication of a household in active operation. No person anywhere on the property. Search parties that went into the hollow afterward reported being followed through the brush for days. Something moving parallel to them, low and fast, avoiding any open ground, never showing itself clearly but audible and continuous. The sustained, deliberate following of something that wanted them to know it was there without wanting them to see it. One party went in and came out with a man missing who was never recovered. I moved the marker. We packed our equipment at a pace that my professional standards would not ordinarily accommodate. Nobody discussed the pace. We all understood it. On the walkout, it started. Movement in the brush on our left, roughly 30 feet into the tree line, parallel to our direction of travel. Not the irregular, startled movement of a disturbed animal, the sustained, consistent movement of something keeping pace with us deliberately. I tested it. I stopped walking. The brush movement continued for approximately one full step after I stopped, then ceased. A half-beat delay that said it noticed I had stopped, and it adjusted, and the adjustment took it a fraction of a second because it needed to process the change before it could match it. Dale looked at me. I looked at Ray. Ray's face delivered the message it needed to deliver without a word being exchanged. We did not try to get a look at it. We did not call out to it. We increased our pace, and we stayed close together rather than spread out the way a survey crew normally moves through terrain, and the brush movement kept pace without getting closer and without falling further back for the entire remaining walk to the truck. In the section where the trees opened slightly, maybe 100 feet from the truck, I heard the footfalls clearly for approximately 5 seconds before the canopy closed again. I have walked thousands of miles of mountain terrain with dozens of different animals' tracks and sounds as reference. What I heard in those 5 seconds had an extra beat in its stride cadence. Not the rhythm of 2 legs, not the rhythm of 4. Something in between with more contact points than either, producing a stride sound that my experience had no clean category for. We reached the truck with the last of the usable light. Equipment thrown in unsorted. Doors shut. Engine running before anyone spoke. I backed down the access lane without turning around because turning around would have required me to face the hollow again, and I had decided, without explicitly deciding, that I was finished with that direction. My headlights swept the tree line as I completed the turn onto the gravel road. At the margin where the hollow's cover began, something pale and upright stood watching the truck leave. Not the posture of an animal at a territory boundary. The posture of something seeing you off. Something that had escorted you to the edge of where it goes and was now watching you take what you'd seen with you and had made some assessment about you doing so. I keep a list. Mental only, not written anywhere. Certain hollow names, certain old family names attached to certain properties that I declined to take personally and passed to other surveyors in my firm without explanation. The list has grown slowly over 20 years. The Grayson County Hollow went onto it the evening I got home from that job, before I'd had dinner, before I'd unloaded the truck. Ray left the firm 14 months later for a desk job in town doing municipal GIS work. I have never pushed him on the reason. Among people who spend careers walking the edges of these mountains, that kind of quiet deferral is a language everyone speaks and nobody needs to translate. He sends a Christmas card every year. I send one back. That is the entirety of our current professional relationship, and it is sufficient, and I believe we both understand why. Scott's list grows slowly, and he maintains it without apology. What Clay Bowen heard from the tree line behind his family's stone-aging building had been documented by his grandfather in the only way the old man knew how. A heavy iron latch on the inside of a storage building door installed without explanation, which Clay finally understood completely at 1 a.m. on a summer night in 2018. 3 generations. My great-grandfather built the stone-aging building by hand before the Second World War, using limestone he quarried himself from the ridge above the hollow. My grandfather ran the operation through the dry years and the wet years and the years when the law was interested in what was happening up in these hollows and the years when it looked the other way. My father took it legitimate when the licensing came through and built it into what it is today. 3 generations of my family have made whiskey on this land and aged it in that stone building. And 3 generations of my family have known, in the specific way that families pass certain knowledge along without ever quite stating it directly, that the stone building has a particular situation associated with it after dark. I understood this knowledge abstractly for most of my adult life. My grandfather told stories at the kitchen table, backroad stories, hollow stories, things he'd seen running product at night before the licenses existed. Specific stories, told with a specificity I now understand, was documentation rather than entertainment. He called them melon heads. He said they had been in these hollows going back generations, that there was an old story about a hospital or an asylum somewhere in these mountains, children experimented on, or simply abandoned when the institution closed, something institutional and monstrous that had happened long enough ago that the details had blurred, but the result had not. He said they came out at night, and that the stone building, positioned as close to the tree line as it was, had always attracted their attention in a way that the other structures on the property did not. I listened to these stories the way you listen to a grandfather's stories when you are 25 and the world is explicable. I filed them under regional folklore with an affection for the old man who told them. I did not update that filing until the summer of 2018. The call about the barrel leak came in just after 11 on a Tuesday night in July. One of our cellar workers had noticed a seal issue on his end-of-day walkthrough and left a note rather than calling, which meant the note sat until I checked messages at 11, and then I was the one going out to the stone building because the alternatives were waking up a cellar worker at that hour or leaving a potential leak unaddressed overnight. Neither option was acceptable. I grabbed my flashlight, told my wife I'd be 20 minutes, and drove the quarter mile from the house to the stone building. The building is 40 yards from the tree line. That distance has always been part of the property's character. The hollow's tree cover comes down the slope and stops at the edge of the cleared ground, and the stone building sits at the far end of the cleared ground nearest to the trees. My great-grandfather chose the location for temperature stability and airflow. I have wondered since 2018 whether he had other reasons that he declined to put in writing. I was crouched beside a bottom-tier barrel with my flashlight clamped between my teeth, working the seal with both hands, when I heard the giggling from outside. High-pitched, coming from the direction of the trees maybe 30 yards out. Multiple sources. Not one voice, but several, overlapping in the particular way that a group of children produces sound when they're excited about something. My first thought was completely reasonable, local teenagers on a dare. The distillery has a certain reputation in the county. The stone building is old and atmospheric, and teenagers occasionally find the property interesting at night. I've run them off before. It is an irritating but familiar situation with a straightforward resolution. I went outside, flashlight up, the particular posture of an adult who has done this before and expects it to be over in 30 seconds. They were moving in the tree line, 3 of them, possibly 4. I couldn't get a clean count because they were moving between the trunks in a bounding, low-to-the-ground gait that covered the gaps between trees faster than I expected, and that no actual child uses as a primary movement pattern. Fast and horizontal, more like something that has always moved close to the ground than something that normally moves upright but is currently crouching. One of them moved through a gap between 2 trees, and I had my flashlight beamed directly on it for 2 full seconds before it moved behind a trunk. The head was too large. I am going to say this plainly because there is no way to say it that isn't going to sound like something from a story. And this is not a story. This is what my flashlight showed me for 2 seconds in July 2018. The head was enlarged in a way that suggested internal pressure, skin stretched tight over the structure underneath, so that the underlying shapes were all visible in the wrong way. Not the ordinary visible shapes of a face, but the shapes beneath the face, the structural shapes that are supposed to be below the surface. The body beneath it was narrow, almost frail-looking, the proportions inverted from what they should be. The skin was grey in a way that flesh is not grey, a grey that had nothing to do with pallor or cold, but that seemed like the colour that tissue had always been, a grey that belonged to it. The mouth was open, and producing the giggling sound, stretched wider than a mouth goes on a face that size, filled with more teeth than fit comfortably in the space they were occupying. My grandfather's kitchen table stories arrived all at once. Every detail he had included, every specific he had described across years of telling, landed simultaneously with the image my flashlight was producing. And with those stories came the iron latch. The floor-mounted iron latch on the inside of the stone building door. Heavy, hand-forged, installed by my grandfather decades ago for reasons he had never directly explained, but which I had always understood, in the vague way you understand things that have never been tested, were not decorative. I backed into the building without turning around. I found the latch with my hand without looking for it, because my body knew where it was even in the dark, and I threw it. I pressed my back against the bourbon barrel, and I sat on the stone floor of that building, and I listened to them for nearly 2 hours. The scratching at the door started within a minute of my throwing the latch. The window, a single small pane set high in the south wall, original construction, produced the same sound at almost the same time. Not frantic scratching, not the scratching of something trying urgently to get in. Methodical scratching. Exploratory, like something checking the quality of the barrier, testing the material, assessing whether it was worth a more serious effort. And the giggling continued without interruption throughout, held notes between the sounds that no human respiratory system sustains without drawing a breath in the middle of them. Continuous, unbroken, slightly wrong in its pitch, coming from multiple points around the exterior of the building simultaneously. It stopped sometime after 1 a.m, not gradually. Completely, the silence arriving all at once the way the birdsong had stopped in Scott Briggs's Hollow, like a switch, like a decision. I waited 20 additional minutes before I touched the latch. I waited another 10 after I opened the door before I went outside and walked quickly to my truck without looking at the tree line. My father was at the kitchen table when I got home. He looked at me the way someone looks at a person whose face has just confirmed something they already knew. He said the building had always had trouble at night, that this was exactly why his own father had tried to move barrels through it quickly rather than storing them long-term, in and out, not resting, and that the latch was there for exactly the reason I had just used it for, and had been there for exactly that reason since before my father was born. Nobody in my family goes to that building after dark alone. This rule has never needed to be written down because the people who needed to understand it were present when the understanding was acquired. My grandfather documented the threat in the only way available to him, a heavy iron latch installed without comment, sufficient for the purpose. He was right about that. He was right about all of it. The kitchen table stories I filed as entertainment contained more operational intelligence than most of what I learned in business school, and I find myself wishing I had taken better notes. Clay has his grandfather's latch and the understanding that it is sufficient. What Brett Hayes had between himself and what he saw on the Tucker County ridgeline was 60 feet of open air and a tower platform, and the thing on the ridge that had covered half a mile of terrain without him seeing it move was still out there when he finally drove away. 11 years climbing towers and poles for a regional power company across some of the most remote transmission corridors in West Virginia. I want to give you an honest picture of what this job involves before I describe what happened in Tucker County, because the account is more meaningful when you understand the professional context it came out of. Line work in remote mountain terrain is physically demanding in a specific way that most jobs are not. You are working at elevation, in weather that does not accommodate your schedule, on equipment that will kill you efficiently if you lose focus at the wrong moment. The job selects for people who are comfortable with height, comfortable with isolation, and comfortable with the understanding that if something goes wrong on a remote tower at 2 a.m, the nearest backup is a significant distance away and is going to take time to arrive. You develop a specific kind of self-reliance, and you develop a very high threshold for what constitutes a situation worth stopping work for. I had never stopped a job early for non-safety reasons before October 2022. In 11 years of climbing in rain, in ice, in winds that made the tower itself flex under my boots, I had never called a job for anything that wasn't a documentable safety violation or a direct supervisor order. What happened in Tucker County produced the first exception. The ice storm that sent us out had taken down a transmission line in a deep gap between two ridges in a section of Tucker County that none of our crew had previously worked. The gap was serious terrain, steep valley on both sides, exposure on the towers, the kind of work that requires full attention and that we would not normally have scheduled after dark. But ice storm damage doesn't negotiate with daylight, and the line needed to be assessed before morning. Our crew lead Marcus made the call to go out, and it was the right operational decision given the circumstances, and I would have made the same one. We reached the site around 10:30 at night. Marcus went down to assess the down section, while I climbed the adjacent tower to check the equipment at height. Standard division of labor on this kind of job. One person on the ground running the survey, while another gets eyes on the elevated equipment. I've done this split 100 times. I clipped in at the base, checked my gear, and climbed. From the top of that tower, with the moon doing what it does after an ice storm, washing everything in a flat silver light that makes the landscape look two-dimensional, the ice on the tree canopy reflecting it back in fragments. I had a clear sight line over the treetops to the ridge running south of our position, maybe half a mile out. Good visibility for that hour in those conditions. Something was moving along the top of the ridge. Upright, bilateral, covering ground at a pace that registered as wrong before I had consciously identified the specific wrongness. Then I had it. The stride was too long. Too much distance covered per step. A gliding quality in the motion that suggested either an enormous stride length or a different relationship between step and forward progress than bipedal walking normally produces. And it was paralleling our transmission corridor, not moving randomly through the terrain the way wildlife moves, not crossing the ridge at an angle, the way anything with a destination would cross it. Moving parallel to our line at a consistent pace in the same direction we had driven in. I called down to Marcus. He looked up and oriented himself, and by the time he had found the right section of ridge, the figure had stopped. Just stopped mid-ridge and turned toward our tower. At that distance, in that light, the face is not resolvable. The features are too small, the light too diffuse, the distance too great for any detail to come through. I know this. I understand this intellectually, and I have never been able to find a way around this part of the account that satisfies me. I felt the attention. Felt it land on me the way you feel direct eye contact in a dark room, not seen but registered, a physical sensation with a location and a direction. Centered on me, on my position on the tower, with a specific quality of attention that is aware rather than coincidental. Marcus felt it too. He told me this in the truck afterward, without me mentioning it first. The equipment failures began almost immediately after the figure stopped and turned. My meter readings from the tower were producing numbers that were not possible for a de-energized line. Not zero, which is what a properly isolated line produces. Readings with magnitude and fluctuation, as if the line were carrying partial load, which it was not. Which it could not be, given the isolation protocol we had completed at the substation before driving out. I ran the readings twice, got the same impossible numbers, checked my meter against my backup. Both units agreed on the impossible reading. The radios went at the same time, not static in the ordinary sense. Our equipment has good interference rejection, and I know what external noise sounds like on it. What I was hearing had internal structure, pattern. Not words I could identify, not any language I could place, but something with rhythm and repetition that sat in the space between random interference and deliberate communication, and did not resolve cleanly into either. Marcus called the job safety protocol, equipment malfunction. Every man on that crew understood the gap between the official reason and the real reason. Nobody challenged the official reason. Nobody suggested we stay. We packed with a speed that the job normally does not require and that nobody commented on. I checked the ridge one final time before I climbed into the truck. It had covered approximately half the remaining distance to our position. Still standing. Still watching. I ran the math. The distance it had crossed to get there required either a speed significantly faster than I had observed when it was moving, or movement during a period when I was not looking at the ridge. Both explanations are available. Neither one is comfortable, and I have noticed that I reach for the less frightening one without being able to fully commit to it. We finished the repair 2 days later, full daylight, 4 additional crew members. The work itself was unremarkable. Nobody mentioned the first night. That silence was collective, professional, and complete. The silence of people who have made a shared decision about what gets said and what doesn't, without any of them needing to articulate the decision. I have worked plenty of remote transmission lines since Tucker County without incident. I do not avoid the work, but I have added one step to my pre-climb routine that was not there before October 2022. Before my boots leave the ground on any tower anywhere, I spend 30 seconds with binoculars on the nearest ridgeline, full sweep, north to south, looking for anything on the skyline that shouldn't be there. It takes 30 seconds. It has never shown me anything since Tucker County, but I do it on every climb, in every county, in every weather condition, and I will continue to do it for the remainder of my working life, because the thing I understood from that tower platform, the thing that came through clearly even across half a mile of mountain air, is that whatever was on that ridge knew exactly where I was and had decided, for reasons I cannot access, to let me leave. I am content with that outcome. I do not take it for granted, and I do not give it reasons to reconsider. Brett checks his ridge lines and counts the 30 seconds as the best investment in his workday. Mike Burden drives Route 33 because the freight requires it, and he has made exactly one rule for himself on that road. Whatever happens, he does not stop. Not for a warning light, not for a flat tire, not for anything short of the cab being fully engulfed in flame. Here is the night the rule was written. 22 years behind the wheel. I've run freight in conditions that would end most drivers' relationship with the profession permanently. Black ice on I-80 in Wyoming, where the rig is skating, and there's nothing to do but ride it and steer into it, and hope the physics work in your favor. Flash floods on Texas farm roads where the water is across the highway before your headlights give you enough warning to matter. Oklahoma crosswind that will push a loaded 40-footer 2 feet into the adjacent lane if you're not holding a constant correction. The job accumulates experience with danger, the way other jobs accumulate paperwork. And what 22 years of that accumulation produces is a very specific relationship with risk. You know what manageable looks like. You know what serious looks like. And you know, in a way that is physical rather than analytical, what genuinely dangerous feels like, because you have been in its proximity enough times to recognize it on contact. I had never been afraid the way I was afraid on Route 33 in fall of 2019. Not frightened in the professional sense, not the managed adrenaline response of a difficult driving situation. Afraid in a way that had nothing to do with training or experience or anything the job had built in me over 22 years. Afraid in a way that felt old, like something underneath the professional formation, something that existed before I ever sat behind a wheel. The kind of fear that does not run through reasoning before it produces a response. Route 33 through the West Virginia mountains runs terrain that is already demanding in daylight. Tight curves, significant grade changes, the road dropping into hollows and climbing out of them with a rhythm that loaded equipment handles differently than empty equipment. Past midnight in mountain fog, the road becomes a different proposition entirely. Visibility in that fog with low beams was maybe 30 feet ahead of my bumper before the light just turned around and came back at me. High beams made it worse. More light, less penetration, a wall of white that the road disappeared into. I was doing 30, maybe 32 miles per hour, crawling it. Every curve taken slowly, giving myself the time the conditions demanded. Radio cycling through static on every channel, which happens in certain mountain gaps and which I have never once considered unusual in 22 years of running mountain freight. Something crossed the road in my low beams. Half a second. Left to right, crossing the road width in 3 strides, and gone into the fog on the other side before I had finished processing the silhouette. I want to be very specific about those 3 strides, because the stride length is the thing that broke my professional calibration first. before anything else. The road at that section is not narrow. Whatever covered it in 3 strides was covering a distance per stride that does not correspond to any human or animal gait I've observed in 22 years of road time, which is a significant sample size. Tall. Wrong. Tall. Tall in the way that registers as an error before your brain has identified what specifically is wrong. Moving on 2 legs, low center of gravity, with a quality of motion that was between running and something else, something I don't have a clean word for because I've never seen it before or since. I slowed. My foot came off the gas before I told it to. And then the engine died. Not a stutter. Not a gradual power loss with dashboard warnings preceding it. The engine went from healthy idle to completely dead, like a switch had been pulled, and I coasted the rig onto the shoulder on whatever momentum remained. Dead. In the sudden silence of a dead cab, I could hear my own heartbeat with more clarity than I usually find comfortable. The silence lasted maybe 90 seconds. Then the scraping started on the trailer roof. Slow, deliberate. Something with claws catching on the raised metal ridges of the trailer surface, each step dragging slightly as the weight transferred forward, starting at the very back of the 40-foot trailer and working toward the cab with measured, unhurried purpose. I sat with my hands on the wheel and I counted the steps in my head, and I'm going to decline to tell you what number I reached, because the number did something to me that I have spent 5 years trying to undo, and naming it again is not something I'm prepared to do. I stared into the fog ahead of me. 30 feet of visibility, then nothing. My headlights were off because the engine was dead, and the headlights run off the engine. The only light was ambient, the grey silver of fog with a half moon behind it, enough to make shapes, but not enough to make details. The scraping reached the forward section of the trailer and stopped. In the silence that followed, the thing that happened next is the thing I have the most difficulty describing to anyone without watching their face change in a way that tells me they have decided something about my reliability as a narrator. It screamed. I have heard mountain lions. I have heard bobcats, which sound enough like a human woman in serious distress that I have pulled over for them before I understood what I was hearing. I know the full range of large predator vocalizations that exist in this country. This started below any of those references. Low, drawn out, with a quality of grief in it that bypassed my reasoning entirely and hit something older and deeper, something that said, this is a living thing in terrible pain and you should help it. It held that note long enough to produce the response it was apparently designed to produce. Then it climbed past the range of any biological sound production I have a reference for, out of the register that ears process as external sound and into something that felt internal, a vibration behind my eyes, a pressure in my back teeth, a sound that was happening inside my skull rather than outside the cab. My vision blurred slightly at the peak of it. My hands, which I had kept flat on the wheel, were shaking. The scraping started again, moving from the trailer roof to the side panel toward the driver's door. The cab shifted. Not a vibration. A shift, the suspension responding to something pressing its weight against the driver's side of the truck. My window, which was closed and locked, flexed slightly inward under pressure, and then my door handle moved. Up and down. Twice. Deliberate. The specific motion of fingers testing whether a handle will give, whether the mechanism will release, whether what is on the other side of the door has done something sufficient to produce entry. I sat completely still. I did not say anything. I did not think anything coherent. I said please in the dark to nothing specific because it was the only action available to me and my body required some action, and that was the one it produced. The weight lifted. The suspension settled. The cab stopped flexing. Something hit the tree line. Not slowly, not gradually, but with a sudden explosive crash into the brush that lasted about 2 seconds and then was completely gone. 2 seconds from contact to complete silence for something the size of what had been pressing against my door. My engine turned over on the first try, dashboard lights normal. Gauges reading exactly as they should, no fault codes, no anomalies, like nothing had interrupted it. I drove the remaining miles to Elkins at speeds I should not have been driving in that fog, and I did not care about any of it. Under the gas station fluorescence, walking the driver's side of the truck while my legs were still not entirely reliable, I found the claw marks. 4 of them raked down the paint from the rear quarter panel nearly to the cab door, deep enough that the metal had curled slightly at the edges of each gouge, spaced at a width that I measured with my handspan because I needed to know, and then wished I hadn't measured because the measurement had no animal in my experience to attach to it. I still run Route 33. The freight requires it, and I am not in a position to turn away the freight. But I have one rule on that road that I have not broken since fall of 2019, and that I will not break for any reason short of the cab being actively on fire. I do not stop on the shoulder. Not for a warning light, not for a flat, not for a mechanical event of any description. I will ride whatever is wrong all the way to the next town before I sit still on 33 after dark. I have told myself this clearly enough times that it has become simply true, a fact about how I operate on that road, as unchallengeable as the weight ratings on my equipment. The claw marks are still in the paint on that truck. I have never had them filled and repainted. People ask about them sometimes. I tell them it was a fence post on a tight backing situation. It is a sufficient answer for everyone who asks, and the people who might understand a different answer are not people I have encountered at a truck stop or a loading dock, and I am not going looking for them. Mike's rule is written, and he lives inside it without apology. What Caleb Stone encountered on the steps of a small church in Swain County did not require a rule. It required something he already had, which he used without fully understanding whether it was sufficient until the wing beats began to widen and move away. He still is not entirely sure what made them stop. I want to say clearly at the outset that my faith is not incidental to this account. It is the organizing framework through which I understand what happened, and I would be telling the story dishonestly if I presented it any other way. I am a traveling preacher. I fill pulpits at small, independent mountain churches across North Carolina and Tennessee. Congregations too small for a full-time pastor, communities that have held a particular form of mountain worship together for generations through sheer collective will and the willingness of people like me to come up the hollow roads and stay the week. I have been doing this work for 19 years. I know these mountain communities in a specific and deep way, and I know the particular relationship that old mountain congregations have with the land they sit on, which is not a simple relationship, and which contains knowledge that the more comfortable denominational churches have no framework for. October 2020. I was finishing a revival week at a small congregation in Swain County, North Carolina. Land that was Cherokee long before white settlement moved into these mountains. A fact I think about more carefully now than I did then, and a fact that is not background information in this account. It is part of the account itself. The elder who had organized my visit was a man named Arlen, 63 years in that congregation, 40 of them as elder, a man whose understanding of the spiritual history of that specific piece of ground was deeper than anything I could have learned from any book about it. Arlen mentioned to me over supper midweek, almost casually, almost as if it were a housekeeping matter rather than a warning, that I should not linger outside the church building alone after dark during this particular time of year. He said the old people in the congregation, the ones whose grandparents had grown up alongside the Cherokee families who remained in these mountains after removal, talked about something that moved in the fall, something drawn to places where someone was sick or dying. He used the name Raven Mocker, and he said it with the specific, careful weight that people use when they are naming something they have decided deserves to be named accurately, regardless of how it lands. I received this as regional folklore warmly delivered by an elder I respected. I nodded, I noted it, I moved the conversation forward. I did not take it seriously in the way that Arlen intended it to be taken seriously, and this is something I have had to sit with in the 2 years since, because Arlen knew exactly what he was telling me, and I did not extend him the credibility his knowledge warranted. The revival closed that Friday. The week had been organized around a particular spiritual weight. There was an elderly woman in the congregation, a woman named Sister May, who had been fighting a serious illness for several months, and the revival's prayers had centered on her healing with the concentrated urgency that small mountain congregations bring to their own. I had prayed over her personally on 3 evenings. She was present at every service, brought by her daughter, sitting in the third pew from the front wrapped in a quilt her mother had made. I was the last person out of the building that Friday. Standard end-of-week closing. Lights off, doors checked, hymnals squared on the backs of the pews, front doors locked. I had the key in the deadbolt, nearly 10 at night. A clear, cold October sky with the stars very bright and close the way they get at elevation in the mountains when the air is dry. I heard the wing beat. Not a bird's wing beat in any register I know, and I know the birds of these mountains well enough to have a reference for every native species, including the larger raptors. This was too heavy, too slow, too large. Each individual beat separated from the next by a longer interval than any bird produces, because the span generating the beat was wide enough to require that interval for the physics to work. Something circling overhead, directly above the church roof, in a wide orbit that I could track by the sound moving from one side of the building to the other and back, unhurried, making no effort at concealment. I stood with the key in the lock and I looked up. The sky was clear and full of stars, and whatever was circling was blotting them out one by one as it crossed them. I tracked it by the negative space it created, stars disappearing in sequence as the shape passed over them, reappearing after it had moved on, the arc of its orbit visible in the pattern of their temporary absence. The span of stars blotted at any given moment told me something about the size I was tracking, and what it told me was not a size that belongs to any bird in any field guide I have consulted. Then the voice from the tree line behind the church. Not a bird call, not animal sound of any kind. Syllables, structured, sequential, with the internal organization of language rather than the random variation of animal vocalization. In no language I could confidently identify, though I have some Cherokee from years of ministry in these communities, and I reached for it immediately and found no clean match. What I could identify with certainty was a quality that existed beneath the sound itself, something that the syllables carried the way a current carries a temperature. A quality I can only name as old. Old in a way that predated the church building, the gravel road, the cleared land the church stood on. Old in the way that certain things in these mountains are old, not because they have existed for a long time in the way that a rock or a tree exists for a long time, but because they are from a stratum of time that operates by different terms than the present. I am a man of deep faith, and I am going to describe what I did next without embarrassment and without qualification. I stood on those front steps and I prayed out loud. Not silently. Out loud, in a clear voice that cracked on some words because I was frightened, and I am not going to pretend otherwise. I addressed my prayer with the directness and the authority that 19 years of ministry had built in me, directed at the power I believe has standing over what moves in the dark in these mountains and everywhere else. The wing beats tightened. The orbit got smaller, closer. I could feel the displacement of air on the tighter passes, a pressure change against my face as the orbit brought the thing lower and nearer to the roof above me. It was testing. That is the only word I have for what the tightening felt like. A systematic assessment of whether the prayer would hold, whether there was a point at which my voice would fail, or my nerve would break, or my faith would produce a gap that could be worked. I did not produce a gap. I kept praying with everything I had, steady and direct, for the full duration of whatever assessment was being conducted. The orbit widened. Not all at once. Gradually, the intervals between the wing beats changing quality from approach to departure. I tracked the sound until it faded over the ridge behind the church and went completely quiet. I stood on those steps for another 5 minutes before I moved. Then I locked the door, walked to my car, and sat inside it for 15 minutes before I felt able to drive. I told Arlen the next morning. He sat quietly for a moment after I finished. Then he told me that he had heard that same sound once before in his life. He was 10 years old. He was circling outside his mother's house. His mother died 3 days later. And then, after another pause, the detail that has lived in me since Sister May, the woman the entire congregation had been praying for across the revival week, died 4 days after my encounter on the church steps. Arlen told me this without accusation, without any implication of causal relationship that he was prepared to make explicit. He simply named the timing. The timing named itself. I still travel and preach. It is my calling, and I do not apologize for continuing in it. But I do not close up a church building alone after dark anymore. At any church I visit, regardless of the distance from home or the inconvenience of the request, I ask someone to stay until I have finished locking up. The old mountain church people, the ones whose families have been in these hollows for generations, the ones who grew up hearing names like Raven Mocker spoken at kitchen tables by people who were not telling stories but were distributing knowledge. They never once ask me why. They simply stay because they already know why. They have been naming it accurately in these mountains for a very long time, while people like me nodded politely and moved the conversation forward. I owe Arlen an apology I have never been able to adequately frame for the credibility I withheld from him on a Tuesday evening over supper when he told me exactly what I needed to know and exactly how seriously he meant it. He knew. He had always known. That is what a lifetime in these mountains with these people on this particular ground produces, a specific and accurate knowledge of what moves through it and when and why. I have 19 years of ministry across dozens of mountain communities, and I'm still learning to take that knowledge at its full weight without the reflexive, comfortable reduction to colorful regional folklore. It is not folklore. Arlen knew it wasn't. Sister May's daughter knows it isn't. And I know it now in the particular way that you know things that your body has confirmed and your reasoning has had to catch up to afterward. Caleb stands on those church steps in his memory and does not break. Glenn Decker's position was less stable, rolling through a mountain curve at midnight on 40 tons of freight when the headlights found something balanced on the rail ahead that had no intention of moving until it decided to. The older conductors on that line had a name for it. They kept the name quiet. 15 years on the short line in eastern Tennessee. I want to give you an honest picture of what short line railroad work involves before I describe what happened on the Balsam Ridge grade, because I think the account means more when you understand the specific professional context it came out of and what kind of person 15 years of this work produces. Short line railroads run freight through terrain that the major carriers have decided is not worth the operational complexity. Tight grades, sharp curves, old infrastructure, mountain terrain that requires slower speeds and more attention per mile than flat mainline running. The locomotives are older, the crews are smaller, the runs are through some of the most remote mountain landscape in the eastern United States. You spend your career moving freight through places where there is nothing alongside the right-of-way for miles at a stretch. No roads running parallel, no towns visible, no lights except what you brought with you and what the moon provides. You develop a particular relationship with darkness and isolation, the way any profession does when darkness and isolation are its primary working environment. I had ridden this line for 15 years when December 2016 happened. I knew every curve, every grade change, every trestle bridge by the particular sound the wheels made crossing it. I knew the line, the way you know a route you have traveled 10,000 times, not consciously, not by active recall, but in the body, the way your hands know a familiar door handle in the dark. This knowledge is relevant because what I saw that December did not come from a mind primed by unfamiliarity or disorientation. I was on ground I knew as well as any ground I have ever worked. Walt was the engineer. 32 years on this specific line, which means he had been running these mountains before I was out of high school. Walt communicates in the compressed, efficient language of someone with so much institutional knowledge that full sentences feel like unnecessary expenditure. He says, the minimum and the minimum contains everything that matters. In 15 years of working alongside him, I had learned to read his economy of words, the way you read a precise instrument, understanding that the smaller the input, the more significant the signal. The run that night was a cold drag, heavy tonnage, slow speed through the mountain sections, The kind of run that requires patience and attention because the grades do things to a heavy consist that lighter freight doesn't encounter. We were moving through the long descent into the S-curve below the Balsam Ridge Gap, the section of the line that I had always found the most demanding. Tight geometry, significant grade, the curve laid in such a way that your sight line ahead is limited until you are already committed to the curve itself. Walt had us slow, not because anything was wrong, because this curve, on this grade, at this tonnage, required slow. He knew it, the way he knew everything about this line, in the body rather than the mind. The headlights found it in the curve, standing on the rail itself, centered on the right rail, upright, balanced with a steadiness that the 6-inch rail head does not normally afford to anything. I had time to assess it before we reached it, because Walt's caution had given us time. We were moving slowly enough that the headlight range gave me several seconds of observation before any decision was required. 7 feet. That was my estimate, based on how it measured against the switch marker post at the approaching curve entry, which is a known height that I can use as reference. 7 feet tall, standing on the rail with the ease of something that had chosen that surface deliberately rather than found itself on it by accident, not moving, not startled, not performing any of the behavioral responses, the flinching, the shielding of eyes from headlights, the urgent movement towards safety, that any person or animal produces when a freight locomotive comes around a curve with its lights and its mass and its noise bearing down on them. Just standing there, watching us come. Walt's voice on the internal radio was quiet. He said, "I've seen something like this once before. On this grade, it waited until what felt like the absolute last moment before it stepped clear. Both times," he said, "both times it waited, so we gave it time." Walt held our speed where it was, which was already slow, and we closed the distance over what felt like a very long minute with the thing on the rail simply standing there watching our approach. And then, at a margin that my body registered before my mind had finished calculating it, a margin that was considerably shorter than I would have chosen if the choice had been available to me, it stepped off the rail. 1 step. Unhurried. Like something that had made a calculation, confirmed the calculation was correct, and executed the result with the minimal necessary movement. Not fled, not jumped, not stumbled backward. Stepped, with the deliberate, measured quality of something that had done this before and knew exactly how close it could stand before it needed to move. As we rolled through the precise point where it had been standing, I looked out my side window into the trees. It was standing 8 feet off the rail, tracking our passing consist with its head. The headlight wash caught its eyes. Not animal eyeshine, not the yellow-white of a deer, or the orange of a coyote, or the green of a bobcat. These were red. Deep, fixed, steady red, throwing the light back with a quality that had nothing in common with any reflective eyeshine I had seen in 15 years of night running through these mountains. And its mouth was open in what I can only describe as a grin. A full face expression that occupied more surface area than any face I have a reference for, that extended past the corners of the mouth into territory that a face has no anatomical reason to own, that was fixed and complete and present in a way that communicated something I did not want to receive. Then the consist moved past and the trees closed behind us, and Walt was already on the radio reporting a trespasser near the tracks in the same flat professional voice he uses to report everything, because that is the language available on a company radio, and he was using the language available. At the rail yard, Walt sat with me in the break room after the paperwork was done. He told me the older conductors called it the Grade Walker. Said it had been seen on that stretch of line, specifically the long curve below Balsam Ridge, going back to the early days of the line when the right-of-way was first cut through that gap in the mountains. Always at night. Always near that curve. He said 2 derailments had happened on almost that exact section over the decades, both of them officially attributed to mechanical failure, both with investigation reports that read to any experienced eye as investigations that found an official cause because they needed an official cause rather than because the evidence pointed cleanly at one. 2 unexplained derailments on the section of line where the grade walker had been seen since the line was first built. Walt noted this without drawing a conclusion. He had been on this line for 32 years, and he understood the appropriate relationship between what you observe and what you put on record. I stayed on that line for 4 more years after December 2016. I never saw it again. But I never rode the Balsam Ridge grade without my eyes on the track from the top of the descent to the bottom of the curve, watching the rail itself, watching the point where headlights resolved into the geometry of the curve ahead. And I always breathed easier when the curve was behind us and the straight track opened up and there was nothing on the rail but rail. 4 more years, that specific breath of relief at the same point every run. The body keeps its own records regardless of what the mind decides about things. And the body's record of that curve, the specific quality of attention it required, the specific relief when it was behind us, is more honest than any official report about what kind of threat that section of line has contained since the first crews cut through the Balsam Ridge Gap and laid steel across a mountain that had not previously had a reason to notice them. It noticed them. It filed whatever it needed to file about the situation. And it has been on that grade, on its own schedule, since before any of us working it were born. Glenn's body kept its record of that curve for 4 more years, and he does not dispute it. What Jenna Cross's search and rescue team found in a Randolph County hollow on a November night was not on any record. The hollow lights have been reported across multiple generations, and not one of those reports has produced an explanation that the most experienced man on her team was willing to accept. Search and rescue work in Randolph County, West Virginia, is not the kind that produces dramatic footage for national news programs. There are no technical cliff rescues, no swift water extractions, no helicopter operations over scenic terrain. What there is, consistently and reliably, is this: terrain that swallows people. Dense, hollow country where the ridges run close and parallel and confuse compass bearings. Creek drainages that look identical from the inside regardless of which one you're in. Second-growth timber so thick that sound behaves differently inside it than outside. That light sources inside it are difficult to accurately range from a distance. That a person who has taken a wrong fork in fading light can be 200 yards from a maintained trail and be effectively lost in a way that they cannot self-correct without either significant navigation skill or significant luck. We train specifically for this terrain because generic search and rescue training does not account for what Randolph County actually does to people's spatial orientation. The search patterns we use, the communication protocols we run, the way we structure a grid in hollow terrain, all of it is adapted for the specific ways that this specific geography defeats the standard approaches. After 2 years volunteering with this team, I understood the terrain well enough to work it productively. I understood it well enough to know when something I was seeing in it didn't belong. The search for Dale Pryor was called in on a November evening after he failed to return to his hunting camp. His partner waited until 4 hours past dark before making the call, which was longer than ideal but understandable. Hunters run late, hunters lose track of time, hunters sometimes camp overnight when conditions change. By the time we deployed, it was pushing 6 p.m., and the light was already failing fast in the hollow terrain. November in Randolph County gives you a short working window, and we were near the end of it. Our team lead Marcus called the search grid based on Dale's last known position and probable movement pattern. A hunter returning to camp from the eastern section of his lease would likely have taken a specific drainage north. The grid pushed us into a hollow. None of our regular team had worked. A drainage running northeast off the main Shavers Fork corridor. No maintained trail into it, no established access, the topo map showing a tight cluster of contour lines that told you everything you needed to know about the physical cost of moving through it. Steep-sided, narrow-bottomed, the creek through it running over loose shale that made every step a negotiation. We were 40 minutes from the point where we would have had to call the search for failing light. And calling it would have meant a night in the woods for Dale Pryor, which at November temperatures in a hollow that had already dropped below freezing was a medical situation in development, when the lights appeared in the hollow below us. 2 of them, moving in pairs. I need to be precise about what made them wrong. because the immediate instinct was to read them as flashlights or headlamps, and the specific character of the movement was what prevented that reading from holding. A person carrying a flashlight or wearing a headlamp produces a light source that moves with their body. It oscillates vertically with their gait. It swings slightly with their arm movement. It rises and falls with the terrain. These lights did none of that. They moved in a smooth, continuous horizontal drift between the tree trunks at a height that was lower than any person carrying a light source while walking would produce, with a quality of movement that I kept reaching for the word floating for, because no other word captured the absence of all the characteristics that a hand-carried or head-mounted light source would have had. Slow, deliberate, moving deeper into the hollow, away from the main drainage and away from any trail or road that would provide a destination. Marcus called out. Standard protocol. Loud and clear. Identify yourself, search and rescue. We have a missing person, please respond. His voice carried well in the hollow. The lights paused. Both of them, at the same moment, as if the sound had reached them simultaneously and they had processed it together. A pause of maybe 4 seconds, long enough to be clearly deliberate rather than coincidental. Then they continued their drift, deeper into the hollow, moving away from our position and our voice with the same unhurried smoothness they had been moving with before. Earl Combs put his hand up. Earl is 63 years old, has lived in Randolph County his entire life, and has been doing search and rescue work in these hollows since before several of us were born. When Earl Combs puts his hand up in the field, you stop what you are doing and you listen to what comes next, because what comes next has 30 years of hollow country knowledge behind it. He told us, quietly and with complete authority, to stop calling out. His voice had a quality I had not heard from him before in 2 years of working alongside him. Not alarmed, not frightened, but resolved in the specific way that people are resolved about things they have considered carefully and decided they will not argue about regardless of how the argument goes. He called them the hollow lights. He said they had been reported in that specific drainage by reliable people across multiple generations, going back further than any living person in the county could personally account for. He said there was a history attached to them, a family that had lived somewhere up in that hollow in the latter part of the 1800s, a family that had simply ceased to exist one winter. Cabin found in spring, everything in order, no one home, no one ever found. Search parties that went in afterward reported lights in the hollow at night for weeks, and some of those searchers reported following the lights before they understood what was happening, going deeper into the hollow rather than out of it, until something made them stop. He said, one of those parties went in with 9 men and came out with 8. The 9th was never recovered. We gridded the terrain above the lights using the ridgeline as our upper boundary, keeping significant elevation between ourselves and the hollow floor. Earl said the parameters, and we followed them without discussion. An hour into the adjusted search, we found Dale Pryor on the upper slope of the hollow, alive, pressed against a rock outcrop with his back to the stone and his rifle across his knees. It took 20 minutes to convince him to stand up from that position. Hypothermic, dehydrated, not responsive to our initial calls. He had heard us and not answered because answering meant making noise, and making noise was something he had decided he was not going to do until he was certain of who was asking. When we got him stable enough to talk in the back of the truck on the way to the road, he told us what had happened. He'd been following the lights for nearly 2 hours. He had believed, with complete conviction for most of that time, that he was following other hunters, that the lights ahead of him were headlamps or flashlights belonging to people who knew where they were going and who could help him find his way back to camp. He followed them further and further into the hollow. At some point, he could not identify the exact moment, only that it arrived. He understood that the lights were not going anywhere a person would go, that they were leading him towards something specific, and that the something had no relationship to his camp or to any exit from the hollow. He stopped. He found the highest ground available, put stone at his back, and did not follow further. The official report records his condition as exposure and disorientation, secondary to terrain, confusion in low light. Every person on our team read that language and understood what it was doing and what it was declining to do, and nobody disputed it. because the alternative language required a framework that our official reporting structure does not contain. I have been on many searches in Randolph County since that November. The specific drainage where we found Dale Pryor does not appear on my accepted assignment list anymore. I tell Marcus when a search grid pushes into that hollow, and I take an alternate assignment each time. Marcus does not push back. He was there. He heard Earl's voice when Earl told us to stop calling out, and he understands, as every experienced person in this county understands, that the hollow lights have been in that drainage longer than the county has had a name, and that the correct operational relationship with them is to note their position and search elsewhere. Some terrain in these mountains has a specific cost attached to entering it. Part of doing this work well, the part that the training manuals have no chapter for, is knowing which terrain that is and building that knowledge into your planning before the light fails and your options narrow to the ones you have already prepared for. Jenna's team searched elsewhere and found their hunter because he was wise enough to stop following. What was standing in the road on Laura Fields' creek bottom route in Braxton County did not need to lead anyone anywhere. It simply stood in her high beams at 1 a.m. and tilted its head in a way that a living neck does not tilt. And what the farmer told her when she arrived still shaking at his barn has been passed down on that property across 4 generations. Large animal veterinary practice in rural West Virginia means you are always on call in a way that has no clean boundary between working hours and not working hours. A horse in serious distress at 1 a.m. is a horse in serious distress at 1 a.m, regardless of what the clock says or what you were in the middle of doing when the phone rang, and the farm families who depend on you know that you understand this, and you know that they know you understand it, and that mutual understanding is the foundation the practice is built on. You go when the call comes. That is the entire arrangement. 14 years of this across Braxton County has built in me a very specific professional geography. I know the roads, the farms, the animals, the families, the particular character of each property I serve. I know which roads wash in spring and which hold in wet conditions. I know which farm dogs are serious and which are performers. I know the Jennings farm on the ridge above the Elk River tributary. I know Hal Jennings and his horses. And I know the creek bottom road that runs 4 miles along the tributary before it climbs the ridge to Hal's property. I have driven that road in every season and every weather condition Braxton County produces. I know every curve, every narrow section, every place where the road runs close enough to the creek bank that high water makes the approach inadvisable. I have never had any reason to think of it as anything other than a road. A specific road with specific characteristics that I know and account for in my driving decisions. It has never been anything else to me. Until spring of 2009, when it became something else in a way that I do not expect it to become something else. The call came at 1 a.m. on a Tuesday in late April. Hal's voice on the phone, calm in the particular way that experienced horse people are calm in emergencies because panic does not help the horse, and Hal knows this, but with an urgency underneath the calm that told me this was not a wait until morning situation. His mare was showing severe colic signs, elevated heart rate, refusing to stand, pawing, the presentation that in a horse of her age and history meant I needed to be there inside the hour. I dressed, loaded my truck, and took the creek bottom road because the direct road was flooded from 3 days of rain, and the creek bottom road was the only viable route. 4 miles of narrow road alongside the creek running loud and high from the rain, my headlights on full because the night was overcast and dark. I was moving at appropriate speed for the conditions in the road, paying the attention the road required, not distracted and not rushing beyond what was safe. I was fully present and fully professional. The thing was standing in the center of the road. My high beams reached it at approximately 40 feet, far enough that I had time to assess before I reached it, near enough that the assessment was detailed. Pale. The first word my brain produced was pale, a whitish coloration that my headlights caught fully and that had no warm undertone, no living tissue quality. Human in its general configuration, upright, 2-legged, head at a height consistent with an adult person. but the proportions were wrong in specific, identifiable ways that my professional anatomy background let me locate quickly. The arms were too long, hanging past the point where human arms terminate relative to the leg line by a margin that was not subtle. The head was slightly undersized for the body beneath it, not dramatically, but enough that the visual ratio was off. And the skin, and I'm choosing this word carefully because it is the accurate word, looked wet, not damp, not dewy. Wet in the way that something submerged looks wet. A surface sheen that caught my high beams and threw them back with a polished, hard quality rather than the diffuse quality of living skin. I stopped the truck. 40 feet back, high beams on full, engine running. Whatever was in the road did not react to any of this. Not to the engine, not to the lights, not to the approach of a vehicle. It stood with the complete, settled stillness of something that had no reason to move and was not going to move on anyone else's schedule. Then it tilted its head. I have worked with animals for 14 years. I know the full range of head movement that bone and muscle and connective tissue produce in every species I treat, and I know it precisely because the quality of a neck's movement is clinical information. It tells you about neurological function, about pain response, about the animal's condition. What I watched happen to the head of what was standing in my headlights was not the movement of anything with a functional neck. It was a single, clean pivot, like a joint on a hinge with one axis of rotation, moving from level to angled in one motion without any of the small muscular adjustments that living heads make when they move. A mechanical tilt. Then still. It took one step into the creek bottom brush on the right side of the road. One step, the stride long and deliberate, and then it was in the vegetation and gone. No sound of brush moving, no branch displacement, no leaf disturbance. The vegetation it stepped into simply absorbed it, and the road was empty. I sat there for what I believe was approximately 4 minutes, watching the space where it had been. Nothing moved in the brush. The creek ran. My engine idled. Eventually, I put the truck in drive and finished the 4 miles to Hal's farm, because the horse still needed me regardless of what I had just seen, and the horse was the reason I was on that road at 1 a.m. in the first place. Hal met me at the barn door. He looked at my face and asked me what had happened before I'd said a word, because my face apparently communicated something that required asking about. I told him. I told him quickly and plainly because I was still too rattled for elaboration, and I watched his face while I told him, and what his face did told me that I was not giving him new information. 4 generations of his family on that land. His grandfather's name for it was the White Thing of the Creek Bottom, which had been on that road and near that creek for longer than any living person in the county could personally account for. Always near water, always at night. Livestock occasionally gone missing following certain sightings. Not killed, not injured, not found anywhere. Simply absent from secured enclosures, like they had been removed from a locked room by something that didn't require the room to be unlocked. We worked on the mare for 3 hours. The colic protocol is demanding and detailed and requires sustained attention and steady hands, and I'm telling you that my hands were not steady for the first hour of that procedure. Not shaking, not that dramatic, just not the precise, reliable instruments that 14 years of practice had made them, requiring conscious attention to hold them steady in a way that they normally hold steady on their own. Hal noticed. He didn't say anything, which was the right call, and I didn't explain because the explanation would have taken longer than the procedure allowed. Hal checked the open barn door at regular intervals throughout the procedure. Not anxiously, methodically, the way someone checks a specific thing on a specific schedule, because they have learned that checking it at a specific interval is the appropriate response to a specific situation. I noticed the pattern by the 4th or 5th check. He was looking at the rectangle of dark beyond the open barn door with the particular attention of a man who has been looking at that rectangle of dark for a long time and has developed a protocol for it. The mare stabilized by 4 a.m. I drove home the long way, adding 40 minutes to a night I was already exhausted from. Because the alternate route exists, and the creek bottom road at 4 a.m. was not something I was able to choose deliberately with the information I now had about it. I have never taken the creek bottom road at night since. I take the alternate route regardless of conditions, regardless of the time it costs me, regardless of the urgency of the call. Hal knows why. He has never asked me to explain it, and I have never offered to. The 40 minutes is the cost of the knowledge, and I pay it every time without question. Some roads ask a price for using them after dark that falls outside what professional obligation requires. The Creek Bottom Road showed me exactly where that line is on one spring night in 2019, and I have respected the line every day since. Laura pays the 40 minutes every time and does not question the cost. Earl Duggan paid a different price. A piece of land sold below market value in the spring after a summer evening on a logging road. And 2 years later, he does not regret the number he accepted for it, not for a single moment. 20 years keeping bees. 60 hives across 3 properties at its peak, the furthest side about 4 miles from my house, up an old logging road that runs along a ridge before dropping into a hollow near the state forest boundary. I walk in when the truck's not worth the risk to the undercarriage. The ruts get deep in wet weather, and I've pulled the right front wheel off the bead on that road before, which costs you an afternoon and a certain amount of dignity. Walking in takes about 40 minutes each way, and I have done it in every season. Pocahontas County produces without incident for 19 of the 20 years I've been keeping bees on that property. Beekeeping is methodical work and quiet work, and it is also work that requires a specific kind of attentiveness. You read the hive the way a doctor reads a patient, through behavior and sound and visual presentation, and you develop over years a very finely calibrated sense for what normal looks like and what departure from normal looks like. This attentiveness extends, in my experience, beyond the hives themselves. You spend enough time in the same piece of forest, in the same hollow, at the same times of day across 20 years, and you develop a correspondingly calibrated sense for that environment, what it sounds like, what it smells like, what its normal outputs are in every season and every weather. You stop registering the normal, and you get very fast at registering the not normal. What I smelled first on the walkout that evening in late July 2021 was not normal. Not immediately alarming, not a smell that had no possible innocent explanation, but not right in a way that I registered before I had consciously identified what I was smelling. Heavy and wet, coming in on a light air movement from the brush to my left. My first categorization was wet dog, the specific dense musk of a large canine that has been in water or heavy dew, a smell I know from encounters with the occasional stray that comes through the property. But there was something underneath the wet dog that arrived with it, something sweet and rotten in the way that things left in warm weather for several days. Smell, something that had been in the heat long enough to develop complexity that fresh rot doesn't have. The combination was wrong in a way I couldn't immediately categorize, but that produced in me, before my reasoning had finished working through it, a decision to stop walking. I stopped. The evening was still warm, still brightish, with the diffuse late light that comes through the canopy in the hour before true dusk. I had my flashlight in my hand, but had not yet needed it. I stood, and I listened, and I smelled, running the environment the way I always run it when something breaks the pattern. Then I heard the movement in the brush to my left, parallel to my direction of travel, roughly 30 feet into the tree line. Moving with my direction, maintaining a consistent lateral distance, the brush rustling in a rhythm that corresponded to my own pace with a precision that had nothing random in it. I tested it by stopping. The brush movement continued for one full additional step, one rustling of vegetation after I'd gone still, then stopped. The half-beat delay of something that needed a fraction of a second to process that I had halted and to match the change. I got my flashlight up and put the beam into the brush. 2 seconds. I held the light on it for 2 full seconds before it moved behind a tree. And 2 seconds is enough time to see something accurately if your eyes are directed and your light is good. On all fours, but the proportions were wrong for that posture, in a way that I kept trying to resolve against known animals and couldn't. The front legs were noticeably longer than the rear legs, significantly longer, enough to produce a forward lean, an uphill tilt in the body even on flat ground, like the front of the thing was built for a different purpose than the back, and the two halves had been assembled together without full consideration for how they would function as a unit. The coat was shaggy and heavy-looking, matted in sections, white in some patches and grey in others, the kind of coat that accumulates environmental debris and does not shed it. Horns on the skull, short, sharply curved, set wider than any ram's horns I have seen, mounted on a skull that was too large and too elongated to belong to any animal that carries horns naturally. The eyes caught my flashlight beam and returned it yellow, at a height that put the head level with my chest. And then it pulled its lips back. I have spent a lot of time with this moment because it is the moment that I find the most difficult to describe without sounding like I am reaching for drama. I am not reaching. What I'm trying to convey is the specific wrongness of what the expression communicated, which was not the expression of an animal. An animal bares its teeth in aggression or in fear or in the specific rictus of certain physical states. What this did was deliberate. It pulled its lips back with the careful, methodical deliberateness of something that had observed the expression in others and was now reproducing it for a specific communicative purpose. Not feeling a smile, but producing one, constructing it with the components available to it in the way that something constructs a behavior. It has learned to perform without the underlying state that generates the behavior in organisms that have the underlying state. It smiled at me, with conscious, deliberate, purposeful intention. Then it was gone. Not the crashing retreat of a large animal moving fast through brush. That sound is distinctive and unmistakable, and I've heard it from bears and from deer jumped at close range, and I know what it sounds like. This was silence. The dark took it between one moment and the next, absolutely and completely, with no transition between present and absent. It was there, and then it was not there, and the brush around the place where it had been was completely still. I ran the rest of the road. I am not going to frame this as anything other than what it was. I ran on a logging road. I know well enough to walk in low light, and I tripped over a root. I could have avoided if I had been paying attention to the road rather than to the darkness behind me, and I caught my palm on a rock when I went down and scraped it open. I did not feel either of these things until I was already inside the truck with the doors locked and the engine running. My hands were pressed flat on the steering wheel, and I sat there for what I believe was close to 5 minutes before I felt that my hands would reliably do what I needed them to do if I tried to drive. I sold the property the following spring. The buyer offered, and I accepted on the same phone call without negotiating, which anyone who knows how I normally conduct property transactions would tell you is not how I conduct property transactions. I accepted the number that was offered, which was below what the land and the equipment on it would have supported if I had been patient and willing to wait for the right buyer. I was not patient, and I was not willing to wait. I don't regret the number. I have thought about it from a financial standpoint, and the math is clearly not in my favor, and it does not matter to me. What I paid for with the gap between what I accepted and what I could have gotten was the end of my obligation to that property, the permanent removal of any professional or financial reason to go back up that logging road, the freedom from ever again needing to walk out of that hollow in the last of the evening light with a flashlight in my hand and the smell of wet dog and something rotten rising from the brush to my left. That is a reasonable price. For what it purchased, I would pay it again without hesitation and without regret at twice the gap, and consider the transaction settled on fair terms. The bees from that site are distributed across my other 2 properties now. They are thriving. The hollow, as far as I know, has whatever it has in it, and whatever it has in it has the place entirely to itself. That seems like the right outcome for everyone involved, reached at a fair price, with no further negotiation required. Earl's transaction is settled, and he considers it final. Marcus Bell's situation at the school in Wise County does not have a settlement available. The building is still his responsibility, the wing is still at the end of his hallway, and the padlock that was closed and locked on an open door has never once offered him an explanation for how that was possible. 9 years on the overnight shift at a small rural school in Wise County, Virginia. I want to give you an accurate picture of what 9 years of overnight custodial work in a single building produces before I tell you what happened in February 2020, because I think the account is more precise when you understand the specific kind of familiarity that develops between a person and a building they have occupied alone for 9 years across every night of every season. You learn a building the way you learn a person you live with, not academically, in the body, through accumulated sensory experience that deposits itself below conscious awareness and becomes the baseline against which everything else is measured. You learn which radiators knock and when, which section of hallway the HVAC duct produces a ticking sound in after the heat cycles off, which exterior door has a seal that lets in wind noise at a specific wind direction and speed, which fluorescent fixture in which corridor has a ballast that produces a particular hum at a particular temperature. You learn all of this without intending to, simply through 9 years of overnight presence in the same building, and it becomes the operating background against which new sounds register as new. After 9 years in that building, I had a very high sensitivity to new sounds. Not a nervous sensitivity, a professional one. A new sound meant a source, and a source meant something in the building required my attention. This is the job: identify the source, address the situation, document if necessary. 9 years of this had produced in me a very efficient and very reliable system for doing exactly that. The closed wing is at the far end of the building, separated from the main structure by a set of double doors with a push bar that has been zip-tied shut since before I took this position. The wing entrance itself is secured with a keyed padlock, a standard commercial padlock, the key held by the head custodian in a lockbox in the main office to which I have no access. In 9 years, I have had no reason to approach it, no professional obligation that required me to enter it, no situation that sent me in that direction. It existed at the edge of my building's geography as a section of structure that was present but not active, secured, maintained in structural terms by the district facilities team outside my operational scope. The wing was closed following a fire, I was told when I took the position. Structural damage that made the space unsafe for occupancy. Students had died in it, I learned later, from another custodian who had been at the school when it happened. Several of them in the fire in the 1950s. The wing had been closed since shortly after. The damaged sections stabilized enough to prevent further deterioration of the adjacent structure, but never rebuilt or reopened. For decades it had sat at the end of the building, padlocked and sealed, containing whatever a section of building contains when it has been sealed for 60 years with the memory of what happened in it still present in the walls. February 2020, a Thursday night, mid-shift, approximately 11 p.m. I was running the main corridor mop pass, which I do at that point in the shift every night on the same schedule, working south to north. Radio on. A gospel station I favor on overnight, mid-tempo programming that keeps the building from feeling quite so empty. The radio cut out. Not a signal fade, a complete cut from music to silence, the way a connection ends rather than the way a signal deteriorates. Then a thin static hiss across all channels when I switch through them, uniform and sourceless, the kind of static that means the receiving end is working and the transmitting end has ceased. Then the laughing, coming from the direction of the closed wing, from beyond the double doors at the end of the corridor. High, delighted, the register of a child in the middle of genuine, unreserved enjoyment, not polite amusement, not the careful indoor laugh of a child conscious of being observed, but the full, uninhibited laugh of a child who is completely absorbed in something they find wonderful. It had a brightness to it, a quality of uncomplicated delight that in any other context would have been simply pleasant to hear, except it did not stop to breathe. I want to be precise about this because it is the specific detail that separated what I was hearing from what it was presenting itself as. A human laugh has breath in it, not always audible breath, but the respiratory cycle is present in the rhythm, in the pauses, in the natural interruptions that a body produces when it is simultaneously laughing and maintaining its own oxygen supply. What I was hearing had none of those interruptions. It ran continuously, holding notes between the laugh sounds that no human respiratory system sustains between breaths, going on for durations that moved past possible and into impossible without ever stopping to draw air, sustained in a way that belonged to something that did not require what laughter requires of a human body. I walked toward it. I want to be honest about my reasoning. I am the overnight staff in that building. If there was a child somehow inside the closed wing, if someone had gotten in, if there was a situation that required response, that was my responsibility. 9 years of overnight work had built in me a very clear sense of what my responsibilities were in that building, and responding to a possible child in a closed-off section was within them regardless of how unlikely the explanation seemed. I walked toward it because the job required me to check, and because 9 years of doing this job had made checking the automatic response to an anomaly in my building. The double doors were, as I always found them, zip-tied to the push bar, yielding slightly to pressure but not opening fully. I pushed through far enough to see the wing entrance beyond. The padlock was hanging closed on the hasp, locked. The shackle fully engaged, key closed, exactly as it appeared every time I'd looked at it in 9 years. The door it was meant to be securing was standing open. Wide open, not ajar. Fully open. The door swung back against the interior wall of the wing corridor, the hinges bearing its full weight in the open position. I stood and looked at this for what felt like a long time. A locked padlock and an open door. The padlock had not been cut. I could see it clearly, the shackle intact, the body of the lock undamaged. The hasp it hung from was intact. The door it was supposed to be securing was open. To open that door from the outside without the key, you would need to disengage the shackle from the hasp without damaging either, which requires the key. The key was in the head custodian's lockbox. The door was open. I looked down the corridor beyond. The wing hallway ran about 60 feet before the darkness swallowed it. My flashlight reached the far end at the limit of its range, giving me a partial resolution of what was there, shapes, not details. At the far end, where the hallway terminated at what had been a classroom doorway, a figure stood. Tall. The ceiling in that corridor was 8 feet, and the figure was close to it, close enough that the top of its head was lost in the shadow that my flashlight produced at the ceiling line. Thin, in a way that made the old-fashioned children's clothing it wore. And it was wearing clothing that belonged to a photograph, to a specific era, not to any contemporary child. Hang off it without filling it, the proportions of the body inside the clothing wrong for any child's sizing, regardless of scale. The mouth was stretched wide, fixed, a grin that occupied more of the facial surface than any expression has anatomical room for, extending past the natural corners of the mouth into territory that no muscle group produces, held without movement, without the small muscular fluctuations that any sustained expression in a living face produces. And the laughing sound, the continuous, breathless, delighted laughing, was coming out of that fixed expression without any visible movement of the jaw, without any visible chest expansion, without any indication of respiratory effort. I closed the double doors. I walked back to the main building at a pace that was faster than my normal pace, and that I did not slow down. I finished my shift in the main building. I did not go back toward the closed wing for the remainder of the night. In the morning, the padlock was snapped fully shut, locked, undamaged, shackle fully engaged, exactly as it always appeared, like the door had never been open, like nothing had ever been on the other side of it. The head custodian listened to me without surprise. He told me about the fire, about the students, about the reports from overnight staff over the years. Similar experiences, similar timing, similar descriptions. He delivered this information with the matter-of-fact quality of someone providing building-specific operational knowledge. This pipe freezes in January. The boiler needs monthly attention. The closed wing has this particular situation in it at certain intervals. I still work the shift. I still clean that building every night. The wing is still at the end of my corridor, and the padlock is still on the hasp, and whatever is in that wing continues to exist there on its own schedule. I do not walk toward the laughing anymore. I stay in the main building and I let it run its course, which it always does eventually, on a schedule that is its own. 9 years of overnight work has taught me that buildings contain things that predate their current occupants by decades. The correct professional relationship with those things is acknowledgement and appropriate distance. I have found my distance. I maintain it. And I have come to understand that the students who died in that wing are not gone in the way that the district's official records describe them as gone, and that the closed door at the end of my hallway is not keeping them in so much as it is keeping the rest of us from having to encounter what they have become in 60 years of occupying a sealed space where something terrible happened to them. I do not know if that is a comfort or not. I have decided it is the most honest framing I have available, and that honest framing, even when it is not comforting, is better than the alternative. Marcus keeps his distance, and the wing keeps its schedule, and neither of them requires the other to change. What Sarah Vega and her partner encountered on a Greenbrier County road in January 2023 is still being dispatched to new crews, the same location, the same description, every year or two, and the dispatcher who told them so had the practiced quiet of someone reading from a note that has been passed along through a chain of people, none of whom knew what to do with it except pass it forward. Almost 10 years in rural EMS in Greenbrier County. I want to give you an honest account of what that means before I describe what happened in January 2023, because the account only carries its full weight when you understand the professional baseline it came from. Rural EMS in a county the size of Greenbrier is a different practice than urban or suburban EMS in ways that go beyond geography. The distances are longer, the resources are fewer. The patients often present later in their illness or injury, progression because the nearest emergency department is 40 minutes from most of the county, and the decision to call involves calculations that people in more accessible places don't have to make. You develop clinical flexibility, and you develop it under real pressure. The pressure of a patient who needs a decision now, and a physician who is 40 minutes away, and a set of tools that is good but not unlimited. And you learn to work within all of that and produce good outcomes more often than the conditions should allow. After 10 years of this, I had a calibrated clinical instrument, my own assessment capability, refined by 10 years of pressure and practice into something I trusted in situations that warranted trust. I trusted it in January 2023. What it encountered on a county road alongside the old Chesapeake and Ohio railbed sat completely outside its calibration, in a way that I have not been able to resolve in the time since, and I have given it significant time and significant thought. My partner that night was Carl, who'd been in rural EMS for 19 years, and who was, in my professional assessment, the most unflappable person I had ever worked alongside. Not unfeeling. Unflappable in the clinical sense, meaning that his assessment capability remained fully operational in conditions that produced significant emotional load in less experienced providers. I had seen Carl maintain complete clinical focus in situations that I found genuinely difficult, and I had calibrated my own responses in part against his example. He was the standard I measured myself against, and he was the most reliable human instrument I had in that unit. The dispatch came at 11:40 p.m. Person down, county road alongside the abandoned railbed, approximately 4 miles east of the last intersection. The caller had disconnected before confirming an exact position, which happens. Signal drops, panic. The caller becomes distracted by the situation they called about. You go and you sweep the area. Standard response to an incomplete dispatch. Carl drove. I ran the spotlight, sweeping the ditch lines on both sides as we moved east on the county road, the standard technique for locating a person down when the exact position is uncertain. The railbed ran parallel to the road on the south side, visible beyond the right shoulder as a raised gravel grade through the scrub vegetation. The night was cold. January cold, the temperature in the low 20s, a wind from the northwest that pushed it lower on exposed ground. A person down in those conditions had a time window that the temperature was already closing. A mile and a half in, Carl stopped the unit. His spotlight had found the shape in the road ahead, a person prone face down, partially in the travel lane. I had the side door open before Carl had completed the stop, moving toward the patient with my assessment kit, running my training the way I always run it, scene safety, then patient. The scene read safe. No traffic, no environmental hazards beyond the temperature, no indication of mechanism that presented ongoing danger. The clothing stopped me for a moment before I reached him. Not a pause I could afford in an emergency with a time-sensitive patient, so I filed it and kept moving. But it registered. The coat was wrong in a way that I reached for the word period before I had a better framework. The cut, the collar, the material, not distressed vintage, not contemporary. The actual article of a specific era, worn in the way that things are worn when they are used regularly rather than preserved. Work clothing from a time I could not immediately place, but that I could clearly place as not the present. I knelt beside him, reached for the wrist. The skin was wrong on contact. Cold, but not the cold I expected. I know the cold of exposure. The cold of a person who has been lying on pavement in January for an hour or two, which has a specific character, surface cold, the tissue beneath it still holding some residual warmth, the skin responding to handling with the slight give of living tissue even when the temperature has dropped significantly. This was not that. This was a cold that went through, that was present at depth rather than at surface, that felt like the tissue it belonged to had not held warmth for a duration significantly longer than any January night available to me. And the skin had a quality. I reached for the word waterlogged for, not the color of waterlogging, but the texture, the way it responded to contact. Then the gray. Not the blue-gray, a peripheral shutdown in serious hypothermia, which I know and can read clinically. A different gray, a uniformity of color across the visible skin surface that had nothing in common with any living presentation I'd encountered in 10 years of practice. I was still running my assessment, still filing and processing, still in the clinical frame, still operating the instrument. Then the eyes opened. Milky white, completely. Not the clouded corneal opacity of a deceased person, which is a fixed passive state. This was active. The eyes opened with intention, with the specific, directed quality of something that was present and aware. The lids moved with the particular deliberateness of something waking on its own schedule, not startled awake, not roused, simply deciding to open. The figure sat up. Not the labored, disoriented, poorly coordinated movement of someone rousing from severe hypothermia, which I know intimately and which has a characteristic quality. This was controlled. Each joint moving through its range in sequence, the motion coordinated and purposeful, with a sound accompanying it that I have described to myself 100 times since and have not found a clinical category for. A wet, structural sound, like something moving that has not moved in a long time, the sound of resistance and then resolution in each joint as it came through its arc. Carl's hand closed on my upper arm from behind. He pulled me backward, not frantically, with a controlled force that communicated that his assessment was complete and his decision was already made. And we walked backward to the unit together, facing forward, and got in, and Carl drove without either of us speaking. We rode in silence for approximately 3 minutes. Then Carl keyed the radio and reported an unfounded call. No patient found. In a voice that was professionally level, in a way that I understood required effort, because I was applying the same effort to keeping my own breathing regular and was aware of how much it cost. The dispatcher acknowledged. Then, after a pause, she said, unprompted, without either of us having described what we had seen, that the same location had generated the same call several times over the years, same county road section, same description when crews reported back. Every crew that had responded had come back with this account or had declined to discuss the call entirely. She said it in the tone of someone reading from a document that has been added to incrementally over a long time. Each addition made by someone who didn't know what to do with the information except put it somewhere it would be available to the next person who needed it. There is no official record of what I just told you. The incident report from that night says unfounded, no patient located, crew cleared. That is the record. It is accurate in the way that official records are accurate when the available language does not contain the things that actually happened. Carl retired 8 months after that night. I attended the going away gathering, and I sent a card afterward. He sent one back. Neither card mentioned January 2023, and neither of us has spoken about it since. And that silence between two people who were in the same unit on the same night is, I have decided, a form of professional respect that I'm not going to violate. Whatever was lying in that road has been there for a long time, long enough that multiple crews across multiple years have encountered it and come back with the same account. Long enough that the dispatcher had a note about it that she reads from when the call comes in. Long enough that nobody who has been to that location has filed a report that contains the truth of what they found there. Because the truth of what they found there does not fit in any form that rural EMS has developed, and the form is what gets transmitted forward, and the note in the dispatch record is the only place the actual information lives, passed from one dispatcher to the next, waiting for the next crew that goes out to that section of county road and comes back needing to understand why they are not the first. Sarah's call exists in the dispatch record as a note that gets passed forward. What Wade Nichols loaded into his truck from a Frederick County farmhouse had a much older record, written into iron bars by an ancestor who had built a cage specifically for what came back for it on a September night on a back county road, moving fast enough in his truck bed that he barely felt it leave. 16 years picking estates across rural Maryland and Western Virginia. I want to give you an accurate sense of what this work involves before I describe what happened on the drive home from Frederick County, because the professional context shapes the account in ways that matter. Estate picking requires a specific kind of perceptual calibration. You train yourself to see past the accumulated visual noise of a household's entire contents and locate the individual objects with genuine value, which are rarely the obvious ones and are often the things that have been ignored or overlooked because they are old or damaged or simply not understood by the people living among them. You develop a fast, reliable eye for age, for quality of construction, for the markers that distinguish the authentic article from the reproduction. You also develop, over 16 years, a very specific relationship to other people's old things, a professional detachment that allows you to handle objects with great sentimental or historical significance to a family without that significance attaching to you, because your job is to assess value and move inventory and the emotional weight of provenance, while real is not your emotional weight to carry. I mention this because it explains why I loaded the bird cage without giving it extended consideration. It was a good piece. I assessed it correctly as old, as quality construction, as something that would move well through the right market. I loaded it efficiently and moved on to the rest of the lot. This is exactly what the job requires, and exactly what I did. The estate was a farmhouse in the rural section of Frederick County, Maryland, a property that had been in one family for several generations, the last surviving member, an elderly man who had lived alone for the final decade of his life. His nieces were managing the estate, and they wanted the contents cleared efficiently before the property went to auction. I made my offer on the household lot and spent most of a September day loading my truck with everything that qualified. The bird cage was in the back room. Large, a standing cage, floor-to-ceiling, iron construction, the kind of piece that takes two people to move safely, which I noted and managed with the furniture dolly I carry for exactly this kind of object. The ironwork was genuinely old. The joinery technique, the surface treatment, the specific decorative vocabulary, all consistent with a period I could place at least a century back, possibly more. Ornate. Built with more care and more skill than a household birdcage normally warrants, the kind of construction that suggests the piece was made for a specific purpose that mattered enough to justify that level of craft. Empty inside. Except for a scorched patch on the cage floor, a burn mark in the iron itself, not superficial carbon deposit, but a discoloration of the metal that came from sustained heat applied to that specific point, from something placed inside the cage and burned there. The burn mark had never been cleaned. Whatever was burned in it had been left to char, and the char had been left to sit, preserved in the bottom of the cage across however many years separated the burning from my arrival in that room with my dolly. One of the nieces mentioned the cage while we were finishing paperwork at the tailgate, almost as an afterthought, the way people mention things they find mildly entertaining rather than genuinely significant. She said her great-uncle used to talk about something called a snileygaster. She said the name with the light, distancing smile people use when they're reporting family folklore they don't want to be held accountable for believing. A flying creature from the old Maryland and Virginia accounts, going back to the colonial period. Metal beak, a single central eye, set to snatch livestock from fields and occasionally people from isolated roads. The old stories. The great-uncle had apparently been serious about them in a way the rest of the family found eccentric. The cage, she said, had supposedly been built by an ancestor specifically to trap it. There had apparently been an attempt. She did not know whether the attempt had been considered successful or not. She said this last part as if the question of whether a colonial-era cage trap for a folkloric creature had caught anything was not a question she had given meaningful thought to, which I understood and which I shared at the time of loading. I took the back roads home to save the fuel differential on a loaded run, which, on a truck that size, makes a practical difference over 100 miles. Past dark, back county roads through open farm country west of the Frederick line, fields running flat on both sides, the occasional woodlot breaking the horizon. Something landed in my truck bed. The whole truck moved. Not a road irregularity. The suspension dipped hard and fast on the rear axle, the specific physics of significant weight being added to a vehicle in motion, and I had the wheel in both hands on reflex before I had consciously registered what I was responding to. The rear end settled under the new weight, and the truck's handling changed immediately, the rear tracking differently than it had been tracking in a way that told me the added weight was not evenly distributed. My side mirror, left side, I was already looking at it, because your mirrors are what you have when your truck does something unexpected from the rear. The tarp over my load was moving, not wind lifted, not road vibration, but moving with the irregular, purposeful quality of something repositioning beneath it or on top of it. At the forward edge of the load, visible at the angle my mirror gave me, something extended past the tarp's edge in a way I took 3 full seconds to understand, because my brain was working through it, the way you work through something that doesn't have an immediate category. Dark, angular, partially folded. Wings. The specific configuration of wings folded against a body, but visible in their extent even folded, the span they implied even in the compact position, suggesting a size I had no immediate reference for. And past the forward edge of the tarp, dipping toward my load with a deliberate, searching quality. Curved. Dark metal, curved at the end, shaped in a way that matched nothing on any bird I could name, but that matched very specifically something I'd been told about in the parking lot of a Frederick County farmhouse approximately 3 hours earlier. I pressed the accelerator to the floor. 70, 75, 80 miles an hour on a road posted at 55 through open farm country at night, and I was not thinking about any of those numbers. The weight in the truck bed shifted as the speed increased. I could feel it redistributing in the way that weight redistributes when something on or in a load is moving rather than fixed. Then at some point in a long open straight, a sound like a large piece of canvas catching sudden wind, a crack of displaced air, and the rear end came up sharply as the weight left it. I overcorrected, brought the truck back, and looked in my mirror. Empty truck bed, tarp flat and still. The field to my left in the first grey suggestion of the moon. And crossing that field, low and fast, something dark moving at a speed that covered the field's width in the time it took me to look and register and look again. Gone. At home in my barn with every overhead light on, I went over the load. The bird cage had fresh gouges in its iron bars, bright metal showing through old rust. 3 parallel scores in the bars on the side facing the rear of the truck, deep enough that the iron had slightly raised edges at the gouge margins, the characteristic curl of metal displaced by a narrow, very hard point applied with significant force. Gouges that were absolutely not present when I loaded the cage in Frederick County. Gouges that matched, in their profile and their spacing, exactly the kind of mark that a narrow, curved metal beak would leave in iron bars it was testing for weakness. The bars had not given. They had not given generations ago when the cage was first built, apparently. They did not give on a back county road in September when whatever the cage was built for came back to test them again. But I was not prepared to find out whether the third test would produce different results, and I was not interested in having the cage on my property while I worked through that question. I called a dealer I work with in Pennsylvania, sold the piece in one phone call at a price I did not negotiate. He collected it within the week. He did not ask about the gouges, and I did not explain them, and whether that means he didn't notice them or means he is the kind of picker who understands when not to ask, I genuinely cannot tell you. Either way, the cage left my property, and that is the outcome I required. What I think about in the time since is the burn mark in the cage floor. What was burned in it? Whether the burning was part of a binding, some attempt to fix or neutralize what the cage was built to contain. Whether the binding held across however many generations separated the burning from the September night. I drove it home across the Maryland line. And if it held, what made it stop holding? Whether it was time, whether it was movement, whether it was something about crossing a particular threshold with the cage in my truck bed that undid something the ancestor had done with intent and with skill and with materials, I cannot now identify. I don't have answers to any of these questions. I have decided not to pursue them. The cage is gone. The gouges are someone else's problem, and the Snileygaster, if that is what it was, if that name reaches accurately to the thing that rode my truck bed for 2 miles on a September night, knows where the bars are and knows they held again. I am content to leave the next test to whoever ends up with the cage and to stay out of Frederick County on back roads after dark for the foreseeable remainder of my professional life. Wade's cage is gone, and he does not pursue the questions it left him with. What Claire Holden's team found 2 miles into an unmapped cave passage in eastern Tennessee is not gone. The chamber is still there. The markings are still on the wall. The bones at the base of the wall are still arranged the way they were arranged when her headlamps first found them. And whether something is still breathing in it, in the dark, on its own schedule, is a question that Dwight's technical language has declined to answer for anyone. 6 years working as a tour guide at a show cave in eastern Tennessee, I want to give you a precise picture of what that work involves and what 6 years of it builds in a person before I describe what happened in the new passage in August 2009, because I think the account is more accurate when you understand the professional baseline it emerged from. A show cave guide learns 2 things in parallel across their first year of work. They learn the tour route, the formations, the chamber names, the historical context, the specific hazards that require visitor management, and they learn the cave itself, which is a different kind of knowledge. The cave itself means what sound in this space is normal and what is not, what the air does and doesn't do at different points in the system, what the darkness inside it is like, which is not the darkness of a room with the lights off or the darkness of a night outdoors, but a specific, total, physical darkness that has no analog above ground. After 6 years, this knowledge was not something I accessed consciously. It was built into my body, the way the building's sounds were built into Marcus Bell's body after 9 years of overnight work. The baseline lived in me automatically, and departures from it registered automatically, and 6 years of the cave had calibrated that system to a very high degree of sensitivity. The survey in August 2009 was a genuine opportunity, and I understood it as one. The cave owner had identified a passage continuation in the far eastern section of the show cave, a breakdown pile with a gap in it the ground-penetrating survey suggested opened into something significant. He brought in Pete, a contracted cave surveyor with experience across 6 states, and Dwight, our systems manager, who has worked this specific mountain for 22 years. 3-person team, full survey kit, redundant lighting, beyond the end of the public tour route into unmapped territory. The first several hours were the cave doing what unmapped cave does when you put experienced people in it with proper equipment. passages opening into chambers, formations that no living person had seen before our headlamps reached them. The specific quality of discovery that makes this work compelling. The understanding that you are seeing something for the first time, that your light is the first light this surface has known since the geological process that produced it finished its work, however many thousands of years ago. Pete was running his total station and field notes with the methodical efficiency of someone who has done this in dozens of systems. Dwight was managing the traverse. I was handling lighting distribution and assisting on sketch. Efficient, quiet, professional. Dwight stopped us with a flat palm signal. Hand up, hold position, go quiet, and we both went quiet immediately. Dwight's signals in a cave carry the full weight of 22 years of underground authority. You do not second-guess them. Something was coming from ahead. I want to describe it accurately rather than dramatically, because the accurate description is disturbing enough without embellishment. It was rhythmic. It had an internal, self-generated timing, not the timing of water, which varies with volume and with the geometry of the surface it falls on, not the timing of airflow, which varies with passage geometry and pressure differential. This was consistent, a rhythm that maintained itself without variation, that had the quality of something alive producing it rather than something physical, producing it as a secondary effect of other processes. We moved toward it. 3 experienced underground workers, making the deliberate professional decision to approach an unidentified sound in an unmapped passage because that is part of what the work requires, and because our exit route was known and our equipment was good and the decision was not incautious given what we knew at the time. The sound resolved over 20 minutes of careful navigation into something I cannot name as anything other than breathing. Deep, slow, consistent. Pete, who had worked cave systems across 6 states, and who had a professional vocabulary for every biological and geological sound source that cave environments produce, said he had never in his career encountered any living organism capable of producing what we were hearing. He said this quietly, in the specific register of a professional making an honest assessment of the limits of their own framework. The chamber was large, 30 feet to the ceiling, 60 feet across, the dimensions of a space that had been present in this mountain for an enormous span of time without any light ever reaching it. The floor was irregular limestone, broken by formations in several places. Our 3 headlamps covered it between us. Along the far wall, at the limit of our headlamp range, markings. Scratched deep into the limestone with something hard enough and sharp enough to score the stone, arranged in groupings that had internal structure. Not random marks, not the work of an animal with no purpose, but something organized by a system that I could recognize as a system without being able to read it. Patterns within patterns. A visual logic that operated by rules I did not have access to. At the base of the wall, partially obscured by speleothem formations, flowstone and stalactite growths that take an enormous span of time to develop to the size I was seeing. Bones. Not in the scatter of an animal that died and was scavenged. Arranged. Organized in a configuration that had a center point and a perimeter and a specific orientation toward the wall above them, like an annotation to the markings, or like the markings were an annotation to them. The breathing grew louder. Not gradually. A step change in volume, significant enough that all 3 of us registered it simultaneously and turned toward each other with the specific look of people confirming that what they are experiencing is shared rather than individual. It was coming from everywhere the chamber had a wall, the cave's natural reverb distributing it so completely that the directionality I'd been using to track its source became impossible to establish. It was in the stone. That is the only description I can give that is accurate. It was in the stone around us, coming from inside the mountain itself, and it was louder than it had been, and it had the quality of something that was aware that we were there. Then all 3 headlamps died, simultaneously, without flicker, without warning, without the gradual dimming of batteries reaching their end. Off. Between one moment and the next, 3 light sources went from full brightness to nothing, and the darkness arrived with a physical weight against my open eyes that I have never experienced above ground, and that I have never been able to adequately describe to anyone who has not experienced total underground darkness. Not seeing nothing, the presence of nothing, an active absence with substance and pressure. The breathing did not stop when the lights died. I had my backup light in a hip pouch, a position I can access by feel as part of my training for exactly this situation. My hands were shaking badly enough that it took me 3 attempts to open the pouch. I am noting this without embellishment because the specific quality of my hands in that moment is more honest than any description of what I was feeling. 3 attempts to open a pouch. I have opened by feel dozens of times in training exercises, in a darkness that had something breathing in it from inside the stone walls. When my backup came on, the chamber was exactly as we had found it. Markings on the far wall, bones arranged at the base, Pete with his own backup already lit 6 feet to my left, Dwight directly in front of me, running a slow, complete sweep of the chamber perimeter. Nothing. No source for the breathing. No animal. No figure. No presence visible anywhere in the chamber. The breathing was absent. Gone between the moment the lights died and the moment my backup came on, with no transition, no fading, no movement toward or away from us that we could hear. Simply absent, the way it had simply been present before the lights went out. We packed our survey equipment in the specific silence of 3 people who have made a collective decision that does not require discussion and who are implementing it as efficiently as possible. We moved out of the chamber and through the passages back toward the show cave route faster than is technically advisable for unmapped terrain, and none of us said anything about the pace. At the cave entrance, in actual daylight, Dwight said one thing. He said the passage would remain closed and undeveloped for the duration of his tenure with this cave, and that if the owner required a written professional assessment, he would produce one with appropriate technical language. Pete nodded. I nodded. We drove back in separate vehicles. The passage is still closed. The chamber is still there. And whether something is still breathing in it, in 2 miles of darkness below an eastern Tennessee mountain on its own schedule, without anyone's light to interrupt it, that is a question that Dwight's technical language has declined to answer for anyone who has asked. I consider that the right decision. Some things that are present in the dark are better left without a formal response. Claire's passage is closed, and the technical language is sufficient, and the chamber has what it has in the dark. What Neil Porter heard on his direct studio line at 3 a.m. in Grayson County had no technical language available for it, just a wet dragging sound getting louder on an unlisted number that something should not have been able to find, and ripples moving in a straight line across still water toward the building where he was sitting alone. 4 years running the overnight shift at a small AM station in Grayson County, Virginia. The station building sits at the edge of town, where the commercial district gives way to agricultural land. A small block building with a transmission tower behind it, a gravel parking lot on the south side, and directly behind the building, close enough that I can see it from the back window when the security light catches the water's surface, a swamp bottom. Maybe 2 acres, fed by a creek coming off the ridge to the north, contained on the south by a raised county road that acts as a natural berm. It produces frogs in summer, and a particular fog in early winter that sits low over the water and rolls against the back of the building on still mornings. In 4 years, it had never been anything other than an ambient feature of the property. Water behind the building. Background. Filed. The overnight format is farm reports, gospel music, and call-in programming for truckers running the mountain routes. I am genuinely fond of this format. There is something right about gospel music at 3 a.m. on an AM station in these mountains. It belongs here in a way that feels historical rather than merely programmatic, like the mountains have been hearing it long enough that it has become part of what they expect. The calls I get from truckers on the overnight routes are good company. These are men who spend long hours alone in the dark, moving freight through mountain terrain, and they call because they want a voice on the radio, and I am the voice available, and I find the work satisfying in a way that the hours do not diminish. The call came in at 3:17 a.m. on a Thursday in December 2022. I had taken 2 calls earlier in the shift. A trucker on 81 with a route question, and a farmer who wanted to hear a specific hymn for his wife's birthday and had waited until 3 in the morning to request it, which I found touching rather than inconvenient. The 3rd call of the shift came in on the main call-in line, the number that goes out on air for listener requests and comments. The voice was wet. This is the word I used in my own mind immediately upon hearing it, before I had consciously processed why, and it is still the most accurate word I have for what I was hearing. Not muffled, wet. Like the sound had passed through standing water on its way to my headphones, carrying with it a quality of immersion, a dampness in the vowels, and a slight heaviness in the consonants that had nothing to do with phone line quality or signal compression. I know what bad phone connections sound like on AM radio equipment, and this was not that. The wetness was in the voice itself. He asked if I could hear something moving in the swamp behind the station. His voice carried a complete flatness. Not the flatness of someone trying to sound calm, but the flatness of someone for whom the distinction between calm and frightened had become, at some recent point, meaningless. He said something big had been circling closer to the bank every night that week. He described its movement with a specificity that registered immediately as the specificity of direct observation rather than imagination. Something with too many joints in its legs, he said, each leg bending in more places than legs bend, moving the way a marionette moves when the puppeteer does not fully understand the physics of walking, but has learned to approximate it well enough to produce forward progress. I handled it the way I handle unusual calls, which is professionally and with light engagement, redirecting toward the programming after a brief acknowledgement. I am on air. There is a protocol, and the protocol exists for good reasons, and I followed it. I moved to my next music segment, and I filed the call in the category of unusual overnight calls, which is a real category that 4 years of overnight radio produces, and I did not think about it again for 20 minutes. Then the direct studio line rang. This is a different line from the call-in number. It is unlisted, not in any directory, not broadcast on air, not associated with any public-facing contact information for the station. It is used by the station manager and the technical team for operational communication, and it rings directly into the studio console with a distinct tone that I recognize immediately. In 4 years on overnight, it had never rung after midnight. There was no operational reason for it to ring at 3:37 a.m. on a Thursday in December. The caller ID showed nothing. Not blocked, nothing. An absence of information rather than a deliberate suppression of it. I picked up expecting a technical emergency being flagged by an engineer somewhere in the system. No voice. A sound. Slow, rhythmic, wet in the same register as the earlier caller's voice, but without the voice's structure. A dragging sound. The specific sound of something heavy being pulled across saturated ground. The particular friction and suction of dense mud releasing and recapturing something with significant mass moving through it. Getting louder. Not louder the way a recording gets louder when volume is increased, but louder the way proximity gets louder. The specific increase in amplitude that corresponds to a source getting closer to a fixed receiving point. I held the phone against my ear for approximately 30 seconds. In those 30 seconds, the sound increased in volume by enough that my estimate of the source's distance from the microphone at the beginning of the call and my estimate at the end were meaningfully different. It was moving toward wherever the call was originating from. And wherever the call was originating from had my unlisted direct line number. I put the phone down. I sat for approximately 90 seconds running through the available explanations for an unlisted number being dialed at 3:30 a.m. by something producing a wet dragging sound on the other end. The available explanations were not satisfying. During my next song break, I made the decision to go outside and check the swamp. I am aware, in retrospect, that this was not the decision that the available information recommended. I am telling you, I made it anyway because honesty about the decision is part of the account. The back of the building faces the swamp bottom. The security light covers the area between the building and the water's edge, which is approximately 40 feet of ground. I stood in the doorway, not outside the doorway, in it, with my hand on the doorframe. and I looked at the swamp. The surface was still. No wind, no rain, the water as flat and dark as polished stone in the security light. I swept my flashlight across it. Flat, still, undisturbed. Then the ripples. A straight line of them, moving from the far bank toward the near bank, toward the bank closest to the building, toward me, across completely still water with no wind and no animal visible on the surface. Moving with the regularity of something pushing through the water from below rather than on it. Something submerged and moving with direction and purpose. The surface disturbed by its passage in a straight, deliberate line that terminated at the bank approximately 20 feet from where I was standing. I went inside. I locked the back door. I turned on every light in the building, break room, storage, production suite, and I finished my shift in a fully illuminated building, and I did not look out the back window again. In the morning, in the mud between the parking lot edge and the swamp vegetation, 3-toed tracks. Pressed deep, deeper than my own boot prints alongside them, which told me something about the weight that made them. Stride length between them, greater than my walking stride at full extension, which told me something about the size, coming from the water's edge in a straight line to within 4 feet of the back door, where the impressions deepened and spread slightly. The specific depression pattern of weight shifting forward and holding, of something standing and pressing its mass forward at a fixed point. Then the tracks turned and went back to the water in the same straight line they came in on. I put in a request for upgraded exterior lighting on the back of the building the next morning, citing overnight staff safety concerns. The manager approved it without questions. The new lights are good, and they cover the water's edge fully. I have not stepped outside during a shift since December 2022. I lock up the moment I arrive, and I do not go out for any reason until the day staff arrives. The direct studio line, the unlisted one, I no longer answer after 2 in the morning. 4 years of overnight radio, and I have never once ignored a call on that line before December 2022. I ignore it now, consistently, without exception, because whatever called it knew the number that is not available to know, and something that can find an unlisted number by whatever method unlisted numbers are specifically designed to prevent. Something that can find it and dial it and hold a phone at 3:30 in the morning while it moves through swamp mud toward a building where one person is sitting alone, is something whose calls I have decided I am no longer obligated to answer. The swamp is still there. I can see the lights reflecting off it on clear nights through the back window. I check the tracks in the mud occasionally at the start of my shift when it's still light and the day staff hasn't yet left. Some nights there are new ones, some nights there aren't. I have stopped trying to find a pattern in which nights produce which result, because I suspect the pattern is not one I want to understand. Neil stopped answering the unlisted line after 2 in the morning and considers that a permanent operational adjustment. What Brenda Knox heard in a barn stall in Bland County knew her name without being given it. Her full name, first and last, spoken from inside an empty stall by a voice thin as wire stretched too tight. Here is the account she has been carrying since the summer of 2021, and what it has taught her about what names are and what they can be used for. 17 years shoeing and trimming horses across 5 counties on the Virginia and West Virginia border. I want to give you an accurate picture of what this work involves before I describe what happened in that barn in Bland County, because the professional context is part of the account in a way that matters to how you receive it. Farriery is skilled trade work that operates at the intersection of anatomy, metallurgy, and animal behavior, and it requires you to be physically present with animals that weigh half a ton and that have very specific and individual feelings about strangers handling their feet. You cannot do this work without developing a high degree of physical attentiveness to the animal's weight distribution, to its tension patterns, to the small postural signals that tell you whether the next 30 seconds are going to be cooperative or difficult. You read horses the way some people read faces, continuously and automatically, and that attentiveness extends, in my experience, to the environments you work in alongside them. Barns, properties. The particular character of each farm I visit accumulated across 17 years of visits. After 17 years, I know immediately when a farm feels right and when it doesn't. This is not mysticism. It is the accumulated perceptual experience of someone who has spent a career reading environments and the animals in them, and who has developed a sensitivity to the inputs that distinguish comfortable working conditions from uncomfortable ones. I know the difference. I have known it for years, and I trust it the way I trust my assessment of a horse's hoof angle or my read on a hot nail. The farm in Blank County called in summer of 2021. New owner, a man named Gerald Marsh, who had recently inherited the property from a distant cousin he had met perhaps twice. He had 2 horses, both in good condition by the description he gave on the phone, both with feet that hadn't been touched in longer than they should have been. Standard new client intake. I took the booking and went out on a Tuesday morning in early July. Gerald met me at the gate. Older man, city background evident in the way he stood on the farm. Not uncomfortable exactly, but not at home in the way that farm people are at home, still calibrating his relationship to the property and the animals and the routines they required. He had clearly been doing his best by the horses, and the horses were in decent shape, which told me the right things about him. We walked the barn together, and I assessed both animals and planned the session. The barn was older. Pre-war construction in the main section, a later addition on the north end where the problem stall was. Gerald mentioned it as we walked. His horses had been using 4 of the 5 stalls without issue since he'd moved in, but the 5th stall, at the far end of the north addition, they would not enter. He had tried everything he knew to try, which was not very much yet, and he was hoping I might have a professional opinion about what was causing the refusal. I told him I'd have a look at the stall after I finished with the horses. Behavioral issues in specific locations usually have specific causes, and those causes are usually findable by someone willing to spend time in the space looking for them. This is not part of my job description, but it is part of how I operate with clients, particularly new ones who are still learning their properties. I worked through both horses, a quarter horse gelding and a young mare, both well-mannered, both with feet that responded predictably to proper handling. Good work, uncomplicated. When I was done, I walked the length of the barn to the problem stall. The symbols above the door stopped me. Cut directly into the wood of the door frame, not scratched in passing, but carved with deliberate, sustained effort, the kind of marks that represent real time and real intention applied with a real tool. Covering the full width of the frame at eye height for an adult standing at the entrance, arranged in a pattern that had internal organization. Not decorative in any tradition I recognized, not structural, not the kind of marking a farmer puts on a stall door for practical reasons. Something else. Something that had been placed there because the placement mattered, because what was above that door was meant to do something that required being above that door specifically. I was close enough to run my finger along one of the deeper cuts, examining the tool marks, trying to read the age of the carving in the way the wood had responded to weathering around the cut edges. Old, not recent. The weathering pattern in the cuts suggested years, possibly decades. The temperature dropped. I want to be precise. I am describing the localized temperature change in a specific section of a barn on a hot July morning, and I'm describing it because it happened, and because it was not a draft and not a shadow and not any of the other things a reasonable person reaches for when they want to explain a temperature change in an agricultural building. It was a drop, confined to the area around the stall at the far end of the north addition, while the rest of the barn behind me remained at the ambient summer temperature that it had been at all morning. I could see my own breath. In July. With the barn doors open and the morning sun on the south wall. My own breath, visible in the air in front of my face in a section of a barn in summer. Something shuffled inside the stall. I had confirmed the stall was empty before I approached. Professional habit. You check the space before you position yourself in its entrance, because half-ton animals in unexpected places are a serious physical risk. Empty when I checked. Shuffling now, a sound with mass behind it, something with physical presence moving on the stall floor with a specific weight signature of something large. Then the smell arrived. Sulfur, immediate and sharp, cutting through the hay and the horse smell and the wood smell of the old barn with the abruptness of something that does not gradually build but arrives fully formed. And underneath the sulfur, coming in on the same breath of air, something sweet and rotten. The combination that has no innocent agricultural source, that does not belong to any animal or any process I've encountered in 17 years of barn work. Strong enough that my eyes watered. Strong enough that I took a step backward without deciding to. Then, the voice. Thin, coming from inside the empty stall, from inside a space I had visually confirmed was empty before I positioned myself in its entrance. It said my full name. First name and last name together in a single exhalation, spoken with the particular familiarity of something that had been holding the information for longer than the morning. Not a question, not a greeting, not an attempt at any social convention, just my name, stated with the flat assurance of something confirming that it knows what it has. I had given neither name to Gerald Marsh. My first name only when I called to book the appointment. My last name exists in my business records and on my truck door and nowhere else that anyone at that farm would have had access to. Both names together from inside an empty stall, spoken by a voice I cannot describe as belonging to any category of sound-producing organism I have professional or personal experience with. My body moved before my reasoning did. 3 steps backward, unhurried enough to be controlled, fast enough to be definitive. I packed my tools at the tailgate. I told Gerald I couldn't take him on as a regular client, which I framed as a scheduling issue, because the truth was not something I could deliver in a farm driveway to a man who had just inherited a property and was still learning what he had inherited. He nodded with a quality of understanding that told me he already knew more about that stall than he had let on during our walkthrough. I heard later, through other farriers working that region, that the previous property owner had practiced folk magic for most of his adult life. Serious practice. Not casual interest, not hobbyist engagement, but the kind of sustained, committed working with specific materials and specific intentions that produces results that outlast the practitioner. The kind that involves calling and binding. Calling something to a location and fixing it there with specific intent and specific materials, in a way that the thing that was called does not simply leave when the person who called it dies, because the arrangement was not with a person. It was with the location. Whatever he called to that stall is still there. I am certain of this. The horse's refusal is not behavioral in any sense that responds to management. It is accurate. They know what is in that stall, and they decline to enter it because they are more honest than we are about what deserves to be declined. My name was known before I walked into that barn, before I introduced myself at the gate, before I confirmed my appointment, before any interaction on that property on that Tuesday morning. It was waiting in that stall with my name already in its possession, held there by an arrangement made by a man who is now dead and whose death changed nothing about the terms of what he arranged. I have thought about what it means that it knows my name. I have thought about it, the way Jake Calloway has thought about it, and the way Brenda Knox thinks about everything she does not have an explanation for, carefully, from a distance, without getting close enough to the question to give whatever holds the name a better angle. Names are something that can be held and used and spoken back in ways that reveal the speaker had a reason for learning them. I know my name is held somewhere in a barn stall in Bland County, Virginia. I do not know what it intends to do with it. I have decided the correct response to not knowing is to stay far enough away that the question remains theoretical. 17 years of farm calls has never produced a client. I declined for professional reasons I was unwilling to state. Gerald Marsh is the single exception, and I do not expect him to be joined by another. Some stalls in these mountains have been prepared for purposes that a farrier's scheduling conflict is insufficient to explain, and that a farrier's professional distance is entirely sufficient to maintain. Brenda maintains her distance from Bland County and considers it permanent. What Wade Griffin observed keeping pace with his aircraft along a national forest tree line in western North Carolina was moving through dense forest at 90 knots, and the farmer waiting at the field's edge when he taxied in had 3 generations of operational knowledge about that tree line that he had never needed to explain to anyone before, because everyone who farmed that valley simply already knew. 14 years of agricultural aviation in western North Carolina. I want to give you an honest picture of what crop dusting in this specific terrain involves, before I describe what I saw along that national forest tree line in September 2020, because the account means more when you understand the professional and physical context it came from. Agricultural aviation in the mountain valleys of western North Carolina is not the same proposition as crop dusting in flat, open agricultural country. The valleys here are carved between ridgelines that run close and high, and every application run happens inside a corridor of terrain that does not forgive imprecision. Your bank angles are constrained by the terrain on both sides. Your pull-up points are determined by what is at the end of the field rather than by what the application pattern requires. You are always doing two calculations simultaneously, the one that produces the correct application and the one that keeps you out of the ridge, and the relationship between those two calculations is the skill the job requires. You develop, across 14 years of this work, a very precise and very physical understanding of the terrain you operate in. You know the specific character of every ridgeline, every gap, every tree line you have flown alongside in 14 years of pre-dawn passes over mountain valley farmland. You also develop, in this specific kind of flying, a very well-calibrated eye for movement along tree lines and ridge tops. Low-altitude agricultural flying puts you at or below canopy height on your passes, which means the tree lines at the edge of your application area are in your visual field continuously during the run. You learn what normal movement in a tree line looks like, how birds flush, how deer move through the edge vegetation, how the canopy responds to wind at different speeds. You become, without intending to, a very reliable observer of what belongs in a specific tree line and what does not. 14 years of that attention is a significant calibration. The tobacco field in question was a valley farm backing up to national forest boundary land on the eastern edge. Good acreage, good crop, a client I'd worked with for 3 seasons without incident. The application window on tobacco in western North Carolina is specific. The canopy chemistry changes across the season in ways that determine when applications are most effective, and the September timing of this particular session was not arbitrary. Pre-dawn, as always, for the calm air. I was airborne before first light, running passes over the field in the standard north-south pattern, 40 feet AGL on the application runs. The eastern tree line visible as a dark wall against the sky starting to show the first grey suggestion of morning. I noticed the movement on my third pass, running south to north. The tree line to the east was moving, not the canopy movement of wind through the upper branches, which I know well and which has a consistent, distributed character. Something moving through the tree line, south to north, at the level of the mid-canopy, keeping pace with my flight path. I was running approximately 90 knots on the application pass, which I want you to hold as a reference point, because 90 knots of forward speed is what I was producing and what I was observing being matched in the trees alongside me. 90 knots is 103 miles per hour, through dense national forest undergrowth, on what appeared from my altitude to be 2 legs, without any loss of pace across the full length of my south to north pass. I banked left on my turnaround and came back on the next pass 50 feet wider than my standard pattern, giving myself a sight line more parallel to the tree line. The movement was still there, still pacing, and from the wider angle I could resolve more of it than the previous passes had allowed. Dark. Tall. I was estimating against the tree canopy heights, and the thing was clearing smaller trees in the eastern section of the national forest boundary with clearance above, moving in a bounding, gliding stride that covered ground with an economy of motion that large running animals achieve, but that this was achieving at a scale and on a structure that I kept trying to place against any animal I had observed from agricultural aviation altitude and could not. 2-legged. I want to be specific about this because it is the detail that my professional experience made me most confident about. After 14 years of low-altitude flying over farmland and forest edge, I've observed deer, bear, turkey, and every other animal that inhabits this landscape from the specific perspective of a pilot at 40 feet. I know their gaits, their stride patterns, their relationship between speed and stride length. What I was observing in the tree line moved on 2 legs, with the bilateral symmetry of bipedal locomotion, at a pace that no biological bipedal organism I have a reference for produces in dense forest terrain. On my closest pass, approximately 200 feet of lateral offset, which is close for an application run, it tilted its head upward and looked at my aircraft. Not the reactive look of wildlife responding to engine noise, which is always lateral, always the animal locating the sound's horizontal origin and assessing escape routes. This was a deliberate upward tilt, a tracking of my aircraft's position across the sky, and it held the track for the full duration of my pass. It knew what I was. It was looking at me specifically, not at the engine sound, not at the aircraft as an environmental stimulus. At me through the plexiglass in a way that I felt across 200 feet of air as directed and aware and completely unafraid. I finished the contracted application because the field required it, and the client was paying for a complete session, and I was not prepared to explain to anyone on the ground why I had terminated early. But I ran my remaining passes with significantly more eastern offset than the application pattern called for, and the tobacco in the rows nearest the national forest boundary received lighter coverage than the contract specified, and I made that trade-off without hesitation and without regret. My client was waiting at the field's edge when I taxied in. I mentioned, as neutrally as I could manage, that I had seen some unusual movement along the eastern tree line during the passes. Testing the information before I committed to a specific description, he went quiet in a way that was not the quiet of surprise. It was the quiet of someone receiving confirmation of something they already held. Then he told me about his grandfather. His grandfather had warned against grazing cattle near the eastern tree line during calving season. Not a general precaution, a specific property-based rule with a specific geographic boundary. Something in that ridge section had occasionally taken a calf during the vulnerable period. Not killed and left, taken, in the specific sense of an animal present at morning check and absent by afternoon with no physical evidence of what had happened or where the animal had gone. His grandfather had lost 3 calves over 2 seasons before he moved his calving operation to the western end of the property, away from the national forest boundary, where the losses stopped immediately and permanently. His father had continued the practice, keeping the calving away from the eastern tree line, without questioning why his father had established it. He himself had continued it after his father without asking for an explanation, because the rule was the rule, and the rule had been producing the correct outcome, which was that he did not lose calves, and a rule that produces the correct outcome does not require explanation as a condition of compliance. He told me this in the same tone he uses to tell me about the field's drainage characteristics and the soil composition in the lower sections, the tone of operational knowledge that is specific to this property and that a person working on this property needs. Information, not story. Practical guidance, not folklore. The distinction between those two categories in mountain farming communities is more clearly understood than most outsiders expect. I have flown that valley 3 more times since September 2020. I have not seen the tree line movement again. Whether that means it was not there on those subsequent sessions or means it was there and chose not to pace my passes, I cannot determine. I maintain my eastern offset on every run, regardless. My application pattern on that field permanently accounts for a buffer zone along the national forest boundary that the contract does not require and that I have never explained to my client, because my client already understands why a person who has seen what I saw on that 3rd pass would make that accommodation without needing to be asked. That kind of understanding is available in these mountain farming communities to anyone who pays enough attention to the rules that have been passed down without explanation. The rules exist because something produced them. The something is still in that tree line. The rule is still the correct response. Wade maintains his offset and files no report that his client would need explained. What Linda Cross received in her preparation room in Nicholas County had already been filed by the hunter who brought it in as a panic shot at something that had approached his tree stand in a way that made him fire before he thought. What happened in her walk-in cooler over 3 evenings after she accepted the commission told her everything she needed to know about whether his instinct had been correct. 22 years running my taxidermy shop in Nicholas County, West Virginia. I want to be honest with you about what that professional background means before I describe what I received on my preparation table in the fall of that year, because the account is more precise when you understand the specific kind of knowledge 22 years of this work builds. A taxidermist handles more dead animals in a career than most people encounter in a lifetime. Not just the handling, the detailed anatomical engagement with every organism that comes through the shop. You know their skeletal architecture. You know their musculature, the specific attachment points and fiber directions that determine how a body moves and what it looks like when it is still. You know their dental configuration, not generally but specifically, because the teeth are part of the finished mount and you work with them up close across every species you process. You know what makes anatomical sense and what doesn't. After 22 years, this knowledge is not something I access consciously. It is built into my eyes, the way professional knowledge always becomes built into the relevant sensory apparatus over enough time and practice. When something is wrong with an animal's anatomy, I know it immediately. Before I have identified the specific wrongness, before I have located the individual detail that is producing the wrong reading, I know. The way a physician knows a patient's presentation is wrong before they have run the specific test that confirms it. The clinical pattern recognition that precedes and shapes the diagnostic process. The hunter who brought the specimen in was a man I had worked with for several years, a reliable client, quality animals, professional in his dealings. He called ahead, which he always did, and he mentioned that this one was unusual and that he would pay above market rate for quick, clean work. He brought it wrapped in a canvas tarp, and he handled the tarp carefully in a way that I noted but did not comment on. When he unwrapped it on my preparation table, I stood and looked for approximately 30 seconds without speaking. This is not my standard intake procedure. I have an efficient assessment process, and 30 seconds of standing silent is a significant departure from it. The build was canine in its general body plan. Four-limbed, roughly that proportion and that size, on the larger end of what I regularly process in this region. But the specifics were wrong in ways that I located quickly and that I kept returning to across the 30 seconds I stood looking before I said anything. The limb proportions, legs too long relative to the body length, and the joint geometry wrong. The angles at the major joints inconsistent with any canine configuration I had processed. Not injured, wrong. Not deformity wrong, but blueprint wrong. As if the organism had been organized according to a different set of structural principles than canine anatomy uses. The skull, longer than any canine skull I had processed. The orbital sockets positioned differently relative to the sagittal midline. The zygomatic arches broader and set higher. The overall skull architecture suggesting a jaw mechanism with different mechanical advantages than canine jaw mechanics produce. Different force application, different bite geometry, a skull built for something that canine skulls are not built for. The teeth. I am going to describe this carefully because it is the detail I have the most professional confidence about and the most personal difficulty with. The dental configuration in a single jaw included teeth from what should be mutually exclusive morphological categories. Several teeth were clearly predatory in character, laterally compressed, sharp-edged, built for the shearing function that carnivorous dentition is built for. And alongside them, in the same jaw, sharing the same arcade, several teeth that were broad and flat in a way that I kept reaching for the word human, for despite every professional resistance I had to, using that word in this context, not human teeth, resembling human teeth. In the specific, precise, uncomfortable way that one thing resembles another thing closely enough that the resemblance is not a coincidence of form, but a correspondence of function. I accepted the commission. Against the judgment that my professional pattern recognition was producing from the first 30 seconds, I accepted it. The client was reliable, the rate was above market, and I had no framework available to me at that moment for declining a commission on the grounds that the specimen produced a reading I could not categorize. My framework was professional, and my framework said, accept, assess, proceed. That evening, alone in the shop, the sounds from the walk-in cooler began. Scratching first, directed, sustained, coming from one consistent location near the lower left corner of the cooler's interior wall. Not the sounds of a specimen settling or shifting under gravity, which I know from 22 years of storage management. Not the compressor vibration moving the contents, which produces a different quality of sound and which I can identify instantly. This was directed, coming from one point, stopping when I opened the cooler door and confirming the specimen as positioned, resuming within minutes of closing the door. Second evening, the sounds were heavier. The shifting quality of something repositioning with deliberate movement, not settling, not vibrating, but changing its position in the cooler in a way that had intention behind it. I opened the cooler 4 times over the course of the evening. 4 times the specimen was exactly as positioned. 4 times the sounds resumed after I closed the door. Third evening, the vocalization began. Low and guttural, coming from the cooler with enough volume to be clearly audible in the preparation room with the cooler door closed. Not the sound of an animal in distress, which has a character I know clinically and which this did not match. Something with more structure than distress, vocalization, syllabic quality, an internal rhythm that suggested attempted pattern, the quality of something that was trying to produce a specific output with an apparatus that was not fully suited to producing it. Syllables. I could not make out, but that had the unmistakable organizational character of intentional communication rather than biological reflex. Something in my walk-in cooler, on the 3rd evening after I'd accepted a commission to process it, was attempting to speak. I called the hunter at 7 the next morning, refunded his deposit in full, told him I needed him to collect the specimen that day. I gave no explanation. He arrived within 2 hours. He collected the specimen without requesting an explanation. He loaded it into his truck with the specific efficiency of someone who had been expecting this call and had been prepared for it. And he left without the conversation that my professional relationship with him would normally have produced at the end of a transaction. A mutual contact mentioned several months later in passing that he had sold his hunting property, 40 acres he had owned for 15 years, the property where he had taken the specimen from his tree stand. He had sold it and switched to fishing exclusively. The mutual contact found this an unremarkable life transition. I found it the most comprehensible thing I had heard in the month since I had returned a deposit and washed a canvas tarp loaded into a truck in my driveway. Whatever I had in my cooler for 3 evenings was attempting, on the 3rd evening, to communicate. I do not know what it wanted to communicate. I have decided I do not want to know. The correct response to something in a cooler that is developing communication capability is not to extend the relationship long enough to find out what it has to say. My walk-in cooler light stays on all night now. Every night, regardless of what is in it or not in it, the light stays on. It costs me something on the power bill each month. I have never once, in the time since, reconsidered whether the cost is worth it. Whatever spent 3 evenings in that cooler knew, by the 3rd evening, that someone was on the other side of the door. I would like it to continue not knowing where that door is. The light is my contribution to maintaining that uncertainty, and it is the smallest possible contribution I can make that still feels like doing something. Linda's light stays on, and she pays the bill without reconsidering. Pam Dale's truck stays moving past a particular fence line in Highland County. Every morning she runs her route, and she checks her rearview mirror at the same point every time, and she has never once in the years since November 2019 been able to fully explain to herself why she keeps looking back when she already knows what she is going to see. 14 years carrying the same rural route in Highland County, Virginia. I want to give you an accurate picture of what 14 years on the same rural route produces before I tell you what I saw at the cemetery fence line in November 2019, because the professional context is more important to this account than it might initially seem. A rural mail carrier who runs the same route for 14 years develops a relationship to that route that has no real analog in other work. You drive the same 27 miles of road in the same sequence at roughly the same time every working day across 14 years, which means you have made that specific drive somewhere around 3,500 times. You know every mailbox by its number and its owner and its particular condition. You know every dog, which ones charge the truck wheel and which ones perform from the porch, which ones have gotten old and slow since you started the route, and which new ones have appeared over the years. You know every pothole, every drainage ditch, every stretch of road that goes soft in spring, and every stretch that ices first in winter. You know, more than anything, what belongs on this road and what does not. 14 years of the same road every working day builds in you. A complete and detailed inventory of the road's normal contents, and that inventory is what makes anomalies immediately visible. You don't look for what's wrong. You simply notice it, the way you notice a word misspelled in a sentence you have read 10,000 times. Not by searching, but by the specific friction of the unexpected against the expected. I noticed her from 100 yards out. November 2009. Third week. A foggy morning. The specific dense, low fog that Highland County produces in the valley sections when overnight temperatures drop fast and the ground is still holding warmth. The fog sitting at chest height in the fields and lying in the road, depressions in pools that my headlights couldn't fully penetrate. I was running early, good time given the conditions, moving through the old farm section of the route on the county road that passes the cemetery on the left. The cemetery runs alongside the road behind a low stone fence, old markers visible above the fence line on the higher ground, the kind of cemetery that has been accepting the county's dead for long enough that the oldest stones are no longer fully legible. I have driven past it 3,500 times. It has never been anything but a cemetery and a fence line, and the particular quality of stillness that old cemeteries have. A figure at the fence. One arm raised, facing the road, the posture of someone flagging down a passing vehicle. I slowed, not because I identified immediately what I was seeing, because my route knowledge said that a person at that fence on a foggy November morning at that hour was an anomaly that warranted slowing. I came down from my running speed and began looking for the details that would tell me what I was dealing with. The dress first. Long, pale, with a fullness in the skirt that I placed, without consciously deciding to place it in a different era than the present morning. Not deliberately old-fashioned, not vintage in the contemporary sense. Old in the specific, matter-of-fact way that things are old when they are the actual article of a specific period rather than a reproduction of it. A dress that belonged to a photograph, to a particular century, worn by a woman standing at a fence on a Highland County road on a foggy Tuesday morning in 2009. Then the feet. Bare. On November, ground that had been below freezing overnight, and that was still cold enough to produce visible frost in the shaded sections of road. Bare feet on November frozen ground, which registered in me as a medical situation requiring response before anything else registered, because bare feet in those conditions on a person who appeared to need help was the kind of presentation that my rural carrier experience said warranted stopping. I stopped 20 feet from her. That distance felt right in a way I did not at the time fully understand. I looked at her from that distance with my headlights on her fully, and across the next several seconds I processed the details that the approach had not fully resolved. The dress was not pale, it was stained. The front of it, and across one shoulder, stained dark in the specific, set way that fabric stains when it has been soaked in blood long enough for the blood to dry and oxidize and work into the weave permanently. Not fresh staining, old staining. The kind that belongs to something that happened a long time ago and that the fabric has been carrying ever since. Her arm was still raised, exactly as it had been from 100 yards, held at the same angle without the small adjustments and tremors that a living arm produces when it holds a position. Still in the specific way that things are still when they are not working to be still, when stillness is simply their condition. She turned her head toward me. I am going to describe this plainly, because plain description is the most honest approach I have. The front of her face was smooth, not obscured by hair or shadow, not turned away. The surface where eyes and a nose and a mouth should be was featureless, smooth from the hairline to the chin, from one side to the other, the slight convex curve of her face without any of the concave structures that features produce, like clay that had been formed into the shape of a head without the detail work being applied, like something that had the form of a face without any of the contents. And it was oriented toward me. The featureless surface was pointed at me, which functioned as looking, which communicated attention without any of the features that looking requires. I put the truck in reverse. I did not turn around immediately. The road at that point did not give me room to turn without a 3-point, and I was not prepared to look away from the fence line for the time a 3-point requires. I reversed the 50 yards to the wider section I knew was behind me, watching her the entire time. She did not move. The arm stayed raised. The featureless surface stayed oriented toward the road. When I completed my turn and began moving away, I looked back once in my rearview mirror. The fence line was empty. Empty road, empty fence, no figure anywhere visible, as if the scene had simply concluded the moment I was no longer in it. I ran the rest of the route. At the end of the day, I mentioned it to one of my regular customers on that section, a woman in her mid-80s who has lived on that road for her entire life and whose family has been in Highland County since before the county had its current name. She did not look surprised. She told me about the bride, a young woman killed in a wagon accident along that fence line in the latter part of the 1800s, the horse spooked in fog, the wagon gone wrong, the girl dead at the fence she had been standing beside when it happened, buried in that cemetery, which is why she appears at the fence rather than somewhere else. The old families around there had called her the Hollow Bride for longer than any living person could personally account for. Always on foggy mornings, always with the arm raised, always trying to flag down help that arrives too late, has always arrived too late, will always arrive too late for whatever happened at that fence line in the fog more than a century ago. The older woman told me this with the same matter-of-fact quality she uses to tell me about the road's seasonal conditions and the names of her grandchildren. Information, not story. The Hollow Bride is information about that road that a person running that road needs to have, and she was providing it in the appropriate register for the type of information it was. I still run the route. It is my route and my livelihood, and there is no mechanism by which what I saw at that fence line constitutes grounds for reassignment. I run the route every working day, the same 27 miles in the same sequence, the same fog on certain mornings, the same county road past the same cemetery fence. I do not stop there. Regardless of what is standing at the fence, regardless of how clearly someone appears to need help, regardless of how urgently the arm is raised, I do not stop. I check my fuel before any foggy morning specifically, so that I have no practical reason to stop anywhere on that section of road. I keep moving, and I check my rearview mirror at the fence line every single time I pass it. Every foggy morning, every clear morning, every morning regardless of visibility. I look at the fence as I pass, and I look at the mirror after I pass, and I have been doing this every working day since November 2019. I am not entirely sure why I keep looking. Some part of me, I think, is still not finished with the question of what she needs, what flagging someone down would accomplish after 150 years of trying. Whether there is a help that could be given, if someone were willing to stop, that would end the trying and let her rest. I do not stop. I keep moving, and the arm stays raised, and the featureless face stays oriented toward the road, and the question stays open. And I carry it with me on every pass of that fence line, 350 working days a year, unanswered and probably unanswerable. The way that certain things in these mountains stay unanswered, not because nobody has looked for the answer, but because the answer belongs to a different kind of time than the one we are moving through. She is still there. The fog mornings are the ones where the arm is clearest, and I check the mirror every time, because some questions will not let themselves be left unattended, even by the people who have already decided they are not going to answer them. 23 people, 23 encounters with something in the dark, in a hollow, on a road, in a building, in a tunnel 2 miles back from daylight, and not one of them walked away with an explanation that fully accounts for what they experienced. What they walked away with instead was a behavioral change, a route adjustment. a latch thrown before it was needed, a mirror checked at a specific point on a road driven 350 days a year. The encounter is over. The adjustment is permanent, and the thing that produced the adjustment is still out there. In the tree line, in the hollow, at the fence, in the stall, in the grade below Balsam Ridge. On its own schedule, by its own terms, unaffected by whether any of us have made our peace with its existence. Before you close this out, I want to know which account is going to find you at 2 in the morning. Not the most traumatic moment, not the thing that scared you most while you were watching. The specific detail. The one that your brain is going to produce unexpectedly in a quiet house, in a way you didn't see coming, in a moment when you thought you were done with it. Drop it in the comments. And if you have your own version of any of these, your own road, your own fence line, your own locked door with something on the other side of it that knew more about you than it should have, I want that too. The comments on these videos have become their own kind of record, and some of what you've shared has led directly to what comes next. If you made it to the end of this one and you're not already subscribed, that's the thing to do right now. New files come out every week, and the next one is the account I kept setting aside because I needed more time with it before I was ready to put it out. It is on screen right now. It is waiting.